You're on the Six Screens Telenetwork, earning the reputation of giving all the right ingredients, uninhibited, in exposing the hard, cold facts about the Watchtower Society. And now, in Disney.
Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses, they're going to resume their public ministry, but only using the carts. Watchtower Ramapo hearing, well, they had it Thursday night. We'll give you a little update. And what does the Watchtower say about climate change? And we have announcements and reminders. They want you to get back to the meeting in person. And the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses in New Zealand, they're asking for the government to strip the Watchtower charity status. And the Pope, he comes to America and he apologizes to people that have been abused in the Catholic Church. Those stories and more. Well, hello, everyone, and welcome in. My name's Rick Farron, and I'm coming to you from the apostate capital of the world, right up here in Boston, Massachusetts. And we're so glad that you're coming in. And we are going to have a great news program tonight, as well as other programs coming up on a Six Screens network. Now, let me just explain what's going on. We have a lot of new people coming in, and I want them to know what the Six Screens Telenetwork is. There's probably saying, well, what is that? I've been seeing it all over YouTube and Facebook and SoundCloud and Twitch. And Rumble's coming up here in the next week or so as well. So people are seeing this in a lot of platforms, and they're saying, what is the Six Screens Telenetwork? Well, let me tell you what it is. It began 16 years ago. Myself, Rick Farron, I started doing what they call a conference call. And I started putting out to ex-witnesses that I was doing a call every Saturday night. And if you wanted to talk about what's going on in the Watchtower, come on Saturday night. And at first, there wasn't too many people coming in, sad to say. But it grew. It was like a big snowball rolling down the hill. It kept getting bigger and bigger. So we expanded, and we've been doing programs here every Saturday night for 16 years. It'll be 17 years in January. And we've never missed a program here on the Six Screens. And we are here, as we say, because you are here. Right now, there's many of Jehovah's Witnesses that are leaving the organization. And they wonder, what is going on? Am I doing the right thing leaving? Well, you can come into the Six Screens Telenetwork, and you can listen to a number of people. We have about 17 different programs right now that are running live on the Six Screens, not all at the same time. But we just had a program called Touched by the Tentacles of the Watchtower. And this program is called JW World News. And the Watchtower in Occult Connection comes up after us. And we got programs that'll go all night long. And we have some programs tomorrow as well. And most of the programs, in fact, just about all of them, are they host by ex-Jehovah's Witnesses that are using their hard-earned time, so to speak, to try to get a message out to you on how evil the Watchtower is. So all of our programs, for the most part, are ex-witnesses that host the programs, and that's who you hear on the Six Screens. But this program, JW World News, that's the program I've started right in the very beginning. So we still do that every Saturday night. And what I do is I scan the internet. I'm looking for the top stories that are going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. And I try to make it very engaging. Well, what I do is I give you the story, and then you guys can spin it, and we can get your thoughts on it. So that's what we've been doing for 16 years. I don't see us stopping anytime soon, and I'm glad that we have so many people that like to come in and listen, as we do right now. And I want to welcome the people coming in on YouTube. I want to welcome the people coming in from our various Facebook group platforms. We're on there as well. So if you're listening in, stay with us. Don't run off to the mountains. Stay with us. If you're an ex-witness, you'll like what you hear. And you're going to hear people calling in real time. and sharing their stories. We just had a man on a program earlier, an ex-witness calling in from Miami. His name was Elijah, and good to hear from him. So we get new ones coming in now every week. So listen in, and you might hear someone coming in tonight for the first time. The last few weeks we have been getting that. So let's see what happens. Well, let's dig into the news tonight. Let's see what is happening behind the curtains, as we say. Well, Jehovah's Witnesses, they are going to resume, and they already have resumed their public meetings. And there you are. If you're on YouTube, Facebook, you can see a picture. They're just doing the cart work. That's all they're doing. Now, they had a big article in newspapers, and of course, they're really spinning their propaganda machine. And they had a big article on how they are going back in the ministry. And there was a big article in the Buffalo newspaper, New York newspaper, saying that before the pandemic, you likely saw colorful carts with Bible-based messages that were missing for the last couple of years, but now they're back. Oh my goodness, now the witness cart works are back. And right out of the paper, I'm reading it, carts featuring positive messages from the Bible-based literature popping up all across Western New York. Jehovah's Witnesses have resumed their global public preaching. They will do personal visits to those that have invited them back to their homes. Well, I don't think they're getting many people inviting them to come back to their homes, right? So anyways, if they do, if someone goes up to a cart and says, oh my goodness, I'd like to know more about the witnesses, they're going to do everything they can to make a return visit, and they will visit you at your home. But as far as knocking on doors, they're not doing that right now. So I find that fascinating. You know, nothing should really stop the witnesses from engaging in their door-to-door work. That's what they're known for. But the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, it knocked them for a flying loop. So anyways, we remember Robert Hendricks, right? Well, he still is the U.S. spokesman for Jehovah's Witnesses. So he has to put his 2 cents worth in this paper article. So he's saying that now that the pandemic is over, we are engaging in a phase of learning to live with COVID. Yeah, so the Jehovah's Witnesses are learning to live with COVID. And Robert Hendricks, the official for the Watchtower, he says that they're now going back out with their carts. So that's interesting. And what he was saying to at least in the newspaper, he was saying the last couple of years, the witnesses haven't been going door to door, but as we all know, they were writing letters and doing phone calls. And that's how they carried out their ministry. And it's kind of fascinating to me that they're really doing this propaganda work. It's really spooking the witnesses out. The witnesses don't really want to go back in door-to-door work. They don't even want to go back in the cart work. They don't even want to go back to meeting in person again. But they are, and so they're getting some spin in newspapers and even local television channels. So back they go to the public ministry, and they will be resuming that. And I'm just going to get this picture down, but you can see the cart work. Maybe some of you folks who left the witnesses just a few years back or recently, maybe some of you guys participated in the cart work yourself. So I don't know. I never did. I was out before the carts came about, but it sure is a lot easier, I would think, doing the cart witnessing than huffing it door to door, I would think. But it's going to be monotonous too. Even the door-to-door work was monotonous, but, you were busy and you were, banging on doors all over the neighborhood, and time went by pretty quick. You try to get you about 3 hours a Saturday in. 2.5, 3 hours is what I used to shoot for. And because I was trying to get my 10 hours a month. Now, but I'd imagine that if you were doing a cart witnessing, time would just go by so slow. Can you imagine just standing there and waiting for someone to come up and talk to you? It really doesn't happen. Who's going to approach Jehovah's Witnesses? Really, I know a lot of apostates of the Watchtower. They approach the witnesses and talk with them. Excuse me, but the people that are approaching them, it's very far and few in between. So it's going to be very, very boring. But you know, the thing is, even at the end of this newspaper article, it says the community in Buffalo, New York, oh, their response to the Jehovah's Witness presence has been overwhelmingly positive and welcoming. I don't believe that for anything. I don't see why a community would be happy to see the Jehovah's Witnesses out in the witness work. That wouldn't, I mean, are you happy to see Hare Krishna people? Are you happy to see the Moonies? Are you happy to see the Jehovah's Witnesses? Of course you're not. But that's all propaganda. And, you know, these little I call them puff pieces. They really are. The newspaper must have had a slow day, or the Watchtower paid them to actually participate in writing an article about them. So that's fascinating to me that, you know, the Watchtower is getting some, at least in this case, it appears to be a positive to the people reading it. But everything else they read about the Watchtower is negative and cynical. Everything is. It's critical. Most of the time, people are reading about Jehovah's Witnesses and their involvement with covering up child molestation, or reading about Jehovah's Witnesses being under government scrutiny in different countries and being shunned. But here we have a positive piece, I suppose you could call it. At least the Watchtower is kind of suggesting that things are hunky-dory and they're getting back to normal. And we have more news tonight to tell you they're not getting back to normal. But that Buffalo newspaper, it likes to at least say that. Well, so any thoughts on that? You guys like the idea of it? I mean, it's not too much to say. What can we say? It's not too much we can say. So what we'll do is we'll just move on to the next story. I don't know what we can say about that one. But anyways, let's talk about Ramapo, New York. Well,
Just one thing, Rick.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Just one thing. I've been listening. I'm sorry, but it's so heartbreaking because at least we were in the door where most of us believe. Am I echoing or you?
What's that, Emery?
I don't know. I hear talking. I thought it was me.
It's coming from your phone. Yep.
It is coming from my phone. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I just every time I look at the pictures of the Watchtower out there with their carts, Rick, they look so sad. They look so uncomfortable. They look so miserable, and it breaks my heart. Thank you, Rick.
Yeah, it's not. They do look sad. They look. Not only that, they're wearing masks. Now, you know, COVID has somewhat died down pretty much around the country, but you still see the Jehovah's Witnesses wearing masks while they're out on the cart work, and they're also wearing masks when they go to the Kingdom Hall. So, you know, COVID is still a big issue. Someone want to say something? Go ahead. All right. Let me just mute a couple of people here.
Rick, I'll say something. I don't know if he spoke up, but I'm here in New York,
go ahead.
And I haven't, obviously, you know, the pandemic, I haven't seen them for quite some time, but this past week, I did see them at a very busy subway station, which is, they're always in subway stations. A very busy subway station here is the Rockefeller Center subway station. And as you know, a lot of people have not returned to the offices. So, like, it's really a madhouse under the rock. There's like a whole little network you can walk underground. So I saw two, not carts, I think it was carts and tables, set up, but they were like right across from each other, but they positioned themselves on the non-busy side. Because one side is a Starbucks, and you go upstairs, and all the lunch places and everything was there. No, they were not on that side. They were on, I know you don't know the layout, but they were on the other side where it's mainly all buildings, no, you know, lunch, you know, things, things like that. That's needless to say. They were facing each other, two carts. So they knew, they had to know. I mean, let's not be silly. They could see where the action is taking place, but did they sit up there? No. The other side, where the office building entrances are underground, you don't have to go upstairs, outside. It's a scam. Why did they not set up with other people? You know, it's such a scam.
Well, it's what it is, Shirley. I mean, I'm just thinking out loud. But what I'm thinking is, many witnesses went door to door too, and some of them even faked ringing the doorbell.
Oh yeah, I did that as a child, and I remember that. But I mean, it's such a scam. I used to work in Rockefeller Center since 1978. I know the layout, but now like people are not in offices. So where did they set up their carts? The side of the office building where people are, passing by, where they will pass through them to get to the busy side. They did not set up in the busy side. They're on the part where the offices where I used to work, because they're on that side. That makes no sense whatsoever. How can they and they're probably pioneers. I don't know that, I don't know that. But that's so obviously silly.
Yeah.
Obviously silly. They set up their cards on the non-busy side. Just even the donuts, they were like about 50 feet away. And a Starbucks, like 3 or 4 or 5 feet away from them. But where they sit up there, no. They're on the busy side.
Yeah. Well, no doubt. Well, what I'm trying to say is, I asked you if you ever made like a fake doorbell ring. They don't want to talk to anybody. That's what they do. They don't want to be on the busy side. Heaven forbid somebody might come up and ask them some questions. They'd rather be with they'd rather be where nobody is. That's what they're doing. Yeah. Yes, Randy.
I ride along things that Shirley mentioned. Down in Texas, Canton, Texas, it's the world's largest and around flea market. I mean, it's one time a month, and it's huge. They come in there with a trailer loaded full of those carts, and they disperse them throughout the arena area. I mean, it takes up the whole town. I was shocked. They had their cart faced away from the traffic, so they basically had their backs to the traffic.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And you mentioned about they were how it was boring to us or be boring to them. I disagree. I don't think it's a bit boring because they spend all their time looking down on their phones.
Well, that's right. They do that, Randy. They do that. Yeah, good point. Yeah, every time I see them, they'd have their phones in hand. So all day long.
We wasn't allowed to do that. As a matter of fact, I know a brother that was setting up. He was a tech IT guy. He was a very smart network guy, computer guy, and he was setting up a application or his own program so that he'd keep track of his time and his house-to-house records and everything. And he got in a lot of trouble because his sister thought he was playing some kind of video games on his phone.
Well, it's a lot different, Randy, today, being one of Jehovah's Witnesses than it was when you and I and Shirley were in there. I'll guarantee you that. Well, that's good. We have some people calling in. I'm having some issues here with the phone. I think you guys probably can hear it on YouTube. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to dial out. We're getting the phone cutting in and out. It's not you guys are calling in. It's not your problem. It's a problem I'm having here. So if you're on the phone line right now, just listen. I'm going to hang up and redial my conference number again. That'll be the conference line where you guys are coming in. So just hang in with us. Don't go anywhere. Don't hang up or anything. I'm just going to dial in, but I'm going to be talking to YouTube, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes on the telephone line. So hang in with us. I'm going to try to get a better connection because it's just driving me nuts. And I think it's also affecting some of the people. So let me get a better line here. So I'm going to dial out, which I just did. And now we're going to dial back in. Yeah, we're just dialing back into our conference call. Get our line back, and we'll be back. So we have our people
Welcome
calling
into the
in.
live 6 Screens conference calls. We thank you for joining in. To speak up and talk, press *6 on your telephone. When you are done talking, press *6 to mute yourself.
Yeah, what you're hearing is the conference line prompts.
And picks up on all noises in the background. We hope you enjoy the programs tonight. You will now be placed into the conference.
If you are the host, press now. Please enter your PIN. Thank you. There are 26 participants in the conference. The recording has started.
Terrific, absolutely terrific.
Listen, Rick told me
All participants are muted and they can unmute themselves.
I'm sorry if anyone got muted in here, so just hang in here with us. That might have happened. So let me just see what happens here. Let me just get the telephone line straightened out, and we'll be right back with you guys. I think Dick and Anne Marie were talking. Go ahead, you guys, unmute yourself and finish the conversation up, and then we'll start.
Yes, Anne Marie, you were going to say?
Well, I guess she's gone, Dick. So that's fine. But anyways, we'll get back to our program. Thank you guys for being patient. It's just the phone was driving me nuts. Okay, so we're back on here now. The phone lines are open. We've got 28, it looks like, 28 people on the line. Many of them probably want to speak up, so that's good. We got our audience on YouTube. We got our audience on Facebook as well. So everything's back in action. So let's get the wheels moving once again. And I was talking about the Ramapo, New York, a mega media center that is now, they're still having hearings on it. Now, they had a hearing on the 27th of July. I'll speak a little bit about what's going on up there. But for those that are just listening in and might not know, the Watchtower organization, they bought in central New York. It's about 100 miles north of New York City. The organization back in 2009, they bought 249 acres of land in a town called Ramapo, and they paid $11.5 million, and they were going to make they're going to do something. They're going to probably put their headquarters there and do something, but they weren't sure what they were going to do with the land. So it's been sitting there for a number of years, since 2009. And in the last few years, they got this idea that they would like to build a mega video center where the Watchtower would produce videos for their online streaming right off of jw.org. So this is a really large complex that they wanted to build. It's well into the millions. They haven't said how much it's going to cost them, but I'm estimating that they're looking at, I'd say, $500 million, and it goes up from there. Now, the complex would include offices, 600 units of housing, multiple family buildings, underground parking, a fitness area, and of course, a visitor center for the public. So that's what they're trying to do in Ramapo. So what they did is they had a meeting, which I did not know. And I would have thought they would have let me know, but they don't want me going to these meetings. I would go on the meetings on Zoom. And they don't like the idea of me coming in and asking questions. A couple of times they wouldn't even let me answer. But I do have a clip from one of the hearings I was in on Zoom. I want you to hear it. I think you'll be fascinated. And what it is they've been having these hearings now for the last year and a half, going on. Last year and a half, trying to get a passage of the plot of land that they can use for this complex. But the Watchtower is really doing everything they can. But I'm saying they're pretty presumptuous. It seems like they're going forward without even having all the permits yet. And that kind of rings in my mind corruption. Would you start making arrangements and getting all your help ready, getting accommodations for your help to stay in hotel rooms, making room for RVs to park while the construction workers are working on the building? It's a little bit presumptuous to me, but it seems like they're going ahead and they're presuming everything is okay, but they don't have a permit in their hand yet. And that's what I find a little bit puzzling. Really, how many times have we been told in the Watchtower to count your cost and, before you make a move, to make sure you get all the bases covered? but geez, they're moving forward with this, and it's a little bit crazy. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to play is about probably about 3 minutes. I want to play for you the video that I took when I was talking to the Ramapo office on trying to alert the neighbors up there about who the Watchtower was. I wanted the neighbors to know that the Watchtower is a dangerous cult and it's moving into their territory. Listen to how I presented it and listen to what they had to say. So I'm going to go back here to the beginning. It's going to be actually, let me scroll down to 4025. Well, listen in right here. Let's start right here. Listen in. This is me. You'll see me on YouTube and Facebook, and I'm in the meeting with Ramapo. All right. Well, I'm coming in here tonight. I want to let you know I'm coming in from the neighboring state of Massachusetts, and I'm so glad to be able to speak up on your forum tonight. And I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to the people of Orange County and Ramapo, as well as Rockland County. I'm here tonight not to talk about the environmental impact. I know you folks got that down pat, you can engineer study it. But I'm here tonight in an effort to alert the neighbors of the Watchtower proposed complex. I want the neighbors to be affected. Do they really know who the Jehovah's Witnesses are? That was
Supervisor, I'm going to object to that kind of input. We are here for a DEIS and for comments on the DEIS.
Sir, I'm concerned about the neighbors. You have
Hold on a moment, Mr. Bureau. I'm going to ask our attorney, Mr. Little, to weigh in. I believe I would tend to agree with Mr. Manuel, but we will be guided by your advice to us.
I agree that this is not part of the environmental impact hearing. This is information which is Mr. Barron's perspective on the Watchtower folks. And it's not something that's within the subject of this hearing.
I just thank you, Mr. Littell. Mr. Huron and anyone else who wishes to speak on a similar subject, you're very welcome to speak on the issues that are before us tonight. But as our attorney has said, anything about the nature of Watchtower or their beliefs or their practices would be inappropriate for this forum. It's not what's before us. It's not something that we have any legitimate governmental concern over. I believe, I remember from law school, it was 20 years ago, but if I remember correctly, the religious organizations' theology and beliefs and practices are not appropriate for government scrutiny. We can make a decision based on whether we like or don't like or agree or don't agree with a particular religious philosophy or practice by any group. And again, I'll ask my attorney, our attorney, Mr. Littell, if I'm stating the law correctly on that.
You are correct, Supervisor, and it goes even beyond that. Zoning is concerned with the use of land, not with the nature or characteristics of the owner, which is what it appears Mr. Barron wants to do.
Thank you, Mr. Littell. So, Mr. Barron, while you're very welcome to speak, I would suggest that you confine your comments to the issues that were presented in our part of this hearing.
Oh, yes, indeed. I won't go forward if the lawyer suggests that it's inappropriate at this time to go forward on my issue to alert the neighbors. When could I do that? When could I alert the neighbors in Ramapo?
Well, the neighbors, I didn't notice of this application, and I assume anyone who's interested has had the chance to appear on the cast tonight is the subject of a news story. So I don't think there's any issue that people have been told that this is a proposed application.
But this is
again, I'll refer to our staff.
This is a public meeting, right? Did you invite the public in if they had concerns about what was happening?
This is open to the public. It was public notice, and there are many members of the public here that are about to speak.
There was no.
This is a meeting on a draft environmental impact statement and proposed zoning code amendments to comprehensive plan amendments. It's all we have, both the jurisdiction and the information and interest and ability to hear tonight. So if you don't have anything further on those issues, I'll say thank you for coming here, for appearing, and we'll move on to the next member of the public who wishes to speak.
Well, there you have it. So they shut me down. I'll just I know the sound might not have been that great, but that was me in the meeting. And of course, they did mention that they didn't want me speaking up about what was happening with the Jehovah's Witnesses, and whether I like them or not, I can't speak up about their religion. They just wanted you to speak about the environmental impact. But it was a public meeting. It was a public meeting, and I said, "Is it a public meeting?" They said yes. But it evidently was a Watchtower lawyer that shut me down. He shut me down, and he said that, we can't bring it up here, but you could bring it up at another meeting. So I waited for another meeting to bring it up, and they wouldn't let me do it there either. So it was something that I figured would at least be able to get a listening ear, let them know what my feelings was. But it was about the environment. But before, when they shut me down, the next day, what I did is I called the legal department of the town of Ramapo, and I asked them if it was a public meeting, and they said, yes, it was. I said, well, I spoke up, and it was a non-environmental issue, and they still wouldn't let me speak. So the woman, she was either a paralegal or a lawyer for the town of Ramapo, she said that, I had the right to speak about that, and I should have never been shut down. So she's the one that told me to come in on another meeting, which they don't want me there or anybody speaking about the witnesses. But I just wanted the people in Ramapo and Orange County to know how dangerous the Jehovah's Witnesses are. Well, would you like to have a big mega movie studio in your little town that's going to have witnesses coming in and visiting, and big trucks coming in with food supplies and what have you? Would you like to have that in your little town? I mean, there's an environmental impact there as well. But would you want to be known? And I even told the lawyer for the Watchtower, these guys have got a bad reputation. Their image is very tarnished, and you don't see it. All you have to do is get online, and you can see all of the pedophiles and how they're covering up child sex abuse in the Watchtower. And I mentioned that to the legal department in Ramapo. And I said, do you guys want to be known as the pedophile capital of the world? People go up there to camp. It's a family area. It's beautiful. And, people are going to really think twice before they're going to bring their kids up with all the witnesses and known pedophiles coming into that area. So, I didn't get a listening ear. That meant nothing. But I tried, folks. I tried, but couldn't.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say it's just too bad that we couldn't have, ex-witnesses, we couldn't have had some people outside that meeting on public property protesting a little bit, a few of them, and in handing out information and everything on pedophiles and what this cult does to people, in the shunning and everything, the blood doctrine, and just tell the story. I realize they didn't let you talk, and there's a reason they didn't let you talk, because you would have told the truth, and that's the whole thing is, people getting out and protesting, and that would really help. You got to round up the people to do that. I understand at times, so. That's my comment anyway.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jeff. But I'll tell you really, this is the Watchtower's last chance at surviving. The old ways of doing business in the Watchtower is going away. The Watchtower cannot survive in the world that they have been in. They will be doomed. Their only hope now is getting this movie studio, and it's a mega movie studio. It's huge. It's over 1 million square feet. It's 1.5 million square feet. That's a huge building. That's like a big warehouse, bigger. I don't know how big an Amazon warehouse is. It's not that big, but it's big. And I'm going to tell you, they're going to have all kinds of equipment and specialized video and audio equipment, and they're going to be broadcasting all over the world. And they're going to try to get people that are just, oh, isn't that wonderful? And they're going to have their Caleb and Sophia videos, and it's going to appeal to little kids and the mothers that aren't witnesses. Oh, isn't that nice? What a nice religion. Oh, they're really teaching my children so many good things. So they are hoping to get a crowd that knows nothing about these bums. They have been rebranding, and this is their last stance. If they can't pull this deal off, they're cooked. Take them off the grill. They're done. The monkey died. The circus would be over. You're on with us. What do you think? What do you think? Shoot. What do you? Yes.
We have two thoughts. One, I think it takes a lot of guts for you to go up there and go into the lion's den like that. And second of all, I'll bet you in 10 years or so, when they build this mega media thing, that it ends up producing porn. That's what I think.
Well, I imagine they'd have a bunch of elders on hand to work with him with that. I don't think you'd have a problem with it now that they're not disfellowshipping people for even kiddie porn, if you can imagine. Yeah. So I don't think you'd have a problem with that, Dick. It's not that far-fetched. Yeah, so I find it, not only that, I'm going to say here, now look, I can't say for sure, but I listened into the whole meeting. And some of the things I heard, I hung in for 2 hours listening to all of the baloney that the Watchtower was throwing on the table. Now, what the Watchtower originally proposed in their plan, the Watchtower wanted to have they just wanted 2 stories. They wanted 2 stories, but they wanted it out wider. They wanted it like taking up more land. Rather than go up, they were going to go out. So the hearing board was giving them some hardline questioning on that. They said, well, wait a minute. The original plan was you guys were going to build 2 stories, and now you want to build 4. You want to go, I'm sorry. The original plan, I might have had that mixed up. The original plan was to build 4 stories, which the planning board was going to give them. But now they decided rather than go up, they were going to go out. So now it was going to go wider. So that takes up more land. It becomes more of a conservation issue. So the town was giving the Watchtower some trouble on that. And they really seemed disorganized with that, because the board said, don't, and the board was a little bit mad at them. They said, why would you give us a plan and we okay it, and then you change it after we said this is what we're going to do? Now we got to go back in there. We got to resurvey things. So I'm not sure how that's all going to come out, whether they're going to get the 2 stories and go out, or whether they're going to have to stay with the 4. But I wanted to bring this up. When I was listening to the rest of that meeting, I stayed in there and listened to everything they had to say until it closed. And one of the things that got my attention, there was actually a number of things, but it seems to be like a corrupt little town. They also had some other bills they were trying to pass other than granting the Watchtower a permit. So they had, one of the bills they passed was the secretary said to the supervisor, we have a gentleman here that wants to go to a business meeting, and it's going to be a 2-day business meeting, and we're trying to get the town to authorize $5,000 for his 2 days. So we granted, we'll give him the $5,000 right off the bat. Didn't even say, well, isn't that a lot of money to go to a business conference? I mean, come on, $5,000 for a 2-day business conference. So I thought that was kind of unusual. I'm saying, geez, then they were talking about adding money onto a hospital wing, and it seems like they got plenty of cash, and it seems like they're people that would love to get in bed with someone that's giving them a little green handshake. I can't say for sure that happened, but that's the opinion I got, especially where I shot down right away. They would not even listen to me one bit. I mean, I'm not trying to raise a carumpus here, and I told them I'll go nice and light. Not going to, make it too bad, but I want people to hear it. No, can't do it. Yeah. So it could be corruption. Yes.
Hey, it's Chad. I was just wondering, what was the actual topic that they had started out with that night? about the JWs?
Well, they started out, first of all, the very meeting started out, and I thought they were talking about the Watchtower at first, but they had a number of plans, you could say, or a number of bills that they were bringing up. So they started out by talking about the town of Ramapo. And I have to tell you something, Chad, it's a very small town. And I've been up there a number of times. It's very small, and there's not much going on. But they had some people coming on talking about traffic, and they're trying to keep it a small town. They don't want it to become a bunch of semis going up there and delivering stuff, and they were just talking about the town in general. Then they got into the Watchtower, and they said, okay, now we're going to present to the board here tonight information concerning the permit for the Watchtower property. And so they started going into it. And at first, they basically said that they will be discussing impact on the environment. But I was told prior to coming into the meeting that it would be an open meeting, and it said that right in the newspaper. Right in the newspaper was an open meeting, and they didn't want to discuss anything but environmental issues. And I don't know how clear that was on the sound, but what they were saying is that it doesn't matter if they're going to grant a building. They will say if they're going to grant a permit for a building, it doesn't matter what religion they are. They don't get involved with that. I understand that. I mean, I get that part of it. But they said that they don't want to hear anything good or bad about the religion. They just want to deal with, trying to get a permit for them. But I thought that was a little bit unusual. Right now, I'm going to tell you, I know what's going on up there because I've been up there. And I'll tell you who also, there's another religious cult up there too. This is going to become the cult capital of the world. The ascetic Jews are up there. And I mean, they don't have, I'm not beating up on them all, but they don't have the best reputation. I have relatives
they don't.
I have relatives that live up there in Orange County, and my relative was telling me that it's just a terrible situation in the summer. All of the ascetic Jews go up there, and they're not really, I'm not going to, I'm just saying what she said because I don't know. I don't know any ascetic Jews personally, but she said that they're not very clean. I'm not sure. I'm not going to say that none of them are, but she says they don't. They go into the parks and they leave, Pampers, dirty Pampers all over, and they make a big mess. So, evidently they're inviting, I think the little town is getting paid off, Chad.
I tend to think there is more up to it because my uncle, it was my grandmother's brother, it was my great uncle. He was in the House of Delegates in the state of West Virginia. And he ran as a Democrat in a super conservative state, and he won. And he informed me what the House of Delegates does is they basically make the laws in the state. They're basically the state version of Congress. So he was a lawmaker in the state of West Virginia, and he told me when they would go in to their meetings, they always had an open forum for people to bring up new business. But he informed me they had already decided what they were going to vote for, how they were going to vote, who was going to vote what, who was going to present what. And they already had the entire meeting planned out before they went through the doors to the public. And then they also had it agreed, we know this person during the open forum is going to bring up this. How are we going to vote on that? And they always decided if someone else just happened to stand up and bring forth new business, they would vote to table it for a later date so they could talk about it and discuss it privately before they actually cast their vote. Now, I'm not saying Ramapo is doing the same thing, but I am just saying personally, it would not surprise me if they are. And also, I wish I'd have been able to talk to you before that, because when that lawyer interrupted you, what most people don't realize is that these meetings operate off what they call Robert's Rules of Order, because they operate on a system of voting, stuff like that. I can't remember what it's called. Parliamentary procedure, that's it. So what you could have done or tried, if they're going to actually follow the rules, is you could have said, reclaiming my time, point of order, or point of order, reclaiming my time, which would have automatically shut that lawyer down. It would have forced them to force him to be silent so you could say what you wanted. It also would have prevented them from being able to interrupt you, because you could have just, as soon as they start interrupting you, you could say, point of order, I want to reclaim my time. And you could actually force them to let you talk.
Well, I appreciate that thought, but what they did now, this was on a Zoom meeting, and they muted me.
Right.
So they muted me. I mean, as soon as I started talking about the Watchtower, what I said that shut it down, and they immediately muted me, is I said I wanted to make the residents of the area understand who the Jehovah's Witnesses are, and bingo. And then this guy come in and he objected, and I asked the next day who this guy was, and I didn't get a straight answer, but I was told by the legal department there at Ramapo that he more than likely was a Watchtower lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah. See, I think it would have just been, I wonder if you'd have started out by saying it differently, if they would have actually let you say something, like instead of saying, I wanted to let the people know who the Watchtower actually is, if you would have just said, I was just wondering if you had considered the ramifications of letting a organization known for pedophilia and covering up child sex abuse, if you had talked to any of the locals about that. And that may have actually gotten through a little bit better than starting off. And I only say that because of by law, they're not allowed to discuss anything regarding the Watchtower religion. And the Watchtower uses that so that they can shut down anyone who opposes them.
Well, if they shut me down, just on the basis of saying I wanted to let the neighbors know who the Watchtower is, and they muted me. I mean, if I came in saying, oh, they're a bunch of pedophiles and covering up child molestation, they would have muted me faster. I was trying to come in as gentle as I could and then get to the meat. But man, they shut me right down right away, Chad,
Yeah, that's always a danger.
Yeah. But no, well, thank you. Thank you for your thoughts. But I'll tell you what, why don't you come in the next meeting with me?
That would probably not go over very well.
Well, you come in with me. I'd love to. I try to get some people to come with me. I'll get you right on Zoom, give you the link. So why don't I book you in? All right. Next hearing, I believe, is in middle of September. So I'm going to count on you being with me.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
All right.
I'll see you
or anybody else. No, I don't mean to put poor Chad on the spot. I'll if he wants your chicken out, he can. But if anybody else,
my family don't have no chickens, just a bunch of turkeys.
Well, anyone that would like to, I believe it's in September. If you like to come into the meeting with me, I'll get you set up with the Zoom. I'll show you how to do it, and we can get a little band of people to come in Zoom. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you what, I might even drive up there myself this time and do it in person. Yes, I might even do that coming up in September. So I'll keep you posted. And if anyone wants to do it, let me know. Write me at jwworldnews@gmail.com. Let's see if we can't get the town of Ramapo to listen to us. That's all I want. That's all I want. All right, you're on JW World News. Well, that's the news the Watchtower doesn't want us talking about. but we're talking about it here tonight. Hey, don't we have fun every Saturday night? I love this. I have so many friends. That was Chad from Illinois. I get people calling in from North Carolina, people from New York, from all over the country, and we're so pleased. I really like this, and I know this is so good. It's so beneficial for witnesses, and we got a lot of people listening in tonight too, and they're listening in, and they want to hear about the Watchtower. We have a lot of people that they're not sure. They know there's a lot of things that aren't right in the Watchtower, and just like me, and just like you, when you were first getting out, didn't you want to hear other people say how evil the Watchtower was? And then we could put it behind us. But when I first got out, there wasn't a whole lot of people. So it was kind of like, am I doing the right things? What if I'm leaving the only true religion on the planet? I'll be a cooked goose. But, this is a way where people can come in, they can hear people. They can hear people and how disgruntled they are with the Watchtower. So they're saying, wow, that's just not Rick Farron speaking, it's other people. You got something to say? You're on with us. Go ahead. Say hello to us. Yeah, we got.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
It's Laura.
Who is it?
From Arizona. Laura from Arizona.
Oh, Laura from Arizona.
Hi,
Very good. Thank you.
I just wanted to say, I think you're right. I think there's like money involved, changing hands up there in the small town. So anyways, I think that that eventually it's just going to fall apart. The Watchtower.
Well, I think you're right, Laura. As a matter of fact, I know you're right. If they don't get this mega media center built, they are going to fall apart. They have nowhere to go. They got nowhere to go, Laura. It's over.
Right. So yeah, I think what you're doing is awesome. What everyone's doing, trying to do.
Thank you. Well, I'll tell you what. That's even you coming on here tonight. You're an activist too, just coming on and speaking up. You're reaching people, and your voice is speaking volumes. It's letting people know that it's not just Rick Farron sitting in his little studio bloviating about the Watchtower. We have other people calling in from all over the country that know how bad it is,
I just want to say thank you.
Well, thank you, Laura. Good to hear from you. Thank you. There you go. So, yeah. Good night now. There you go. People calling in. They're concerned. People are very concerned right now. And maybe you're a PMO. Maybe you're physically in but mentally out. So you're going to the meeting in a perfunctory way. You're just going through the motions so that you don't get your whole family to detach from you. But, there's people listening right now, and they're wondering, is this really the truth? Should I leave this organization? What if it's the truth? What if I leave, and what's Jehovah going to do to me? What will happen? Is he going to kill me? But when you get in here and you listen to all of these people in real time, and they're saying basically the same thing I'm saying, you say, wow, that is so wonderful. Rick isn't the only one talking about it. Well, I'm so glad, though. I'm glad we've been doing it now for 16 years. And this is where ex-Jehovah's Witnesses and doubting Jehovah's Witnesses come to talk. Right here on the Six Screens Telenetwork. And we do it all Saturday night long, sometimes till 6, 7 o'clock the next morning, Sunday morning. So, stay with us tonight and listen in. If you haven't listened in to some of these programs late at night, give it a shot. I think you really, really enjoy it. Well, let's see what else we got going on here. Well, let me get back to my news copy here, and let's see what we got coming up next. Let's see what the Watchtower is up till now. Oh, yeah. Well, this is interesting. Well, what does the Watchtower say about climate change? Are you one of these green energy people? Are you thinking about getting an electric car? Are you thinking you like to see everything solar and wind? Well, maybe you're into the green movement. But I'll tell you what, the Watchtower seems to be too. They seem to be going green. They're talking on the front page of jw.org. Well, they're talking about what does the Bible say about climate change? So, they're going to try to bring this into the equation. I don't remember reading anything in Matthew, the 24th chapter about it. But, there is some record-breaking heat. So right now might be a good time to come out with an article like this. You guys, I know the woman just called in there, Laura from Arizona. It's probably close to 100 degrees out there. It was about 85 here. It wasn't too bad. But some parts of the country are roasting hot. So people are saying, wow, is this climate change? I'm so hot. I can't get cool enough. So now right there on jw.org, you have an article there talking about climate change. It says that China issues highest heat alert for almost 70 cities during the heat wave of this month. So there we got China. They're saying China's getting all kinds of heat. We're getting heat here. I'm just going to get in here. We got some people online here that I just got to mute. So we've got a lot of background noise going on there. I got to mute some people here. I'm sorry. So we got China talking about heat. We have the news. If you turn the news on, they've been talking about heat, right? We got raging forest fires all across Europe, even across America. Well, not right across America, but at least out west, we got raging forest fires. So the temperatures are going up, but is it really climate change? Do heat waves actually fulfill biblical prophecy? Does the Bible really speak about global warming? Well, it's an interesting subject, I must say. So the Jehovah's Witnesses are trying to do everything they can to alert people to the fact. And I must say that, they're going to get some takers on this. People are going to be very hot, and they're going to, wow, the Watchtower is right again. See, that's in the last days. This was all going to happen. So they're going to take anything they can to get people attracted to their organization, and they're going to do it in such a way that it's going to sound feasible. Now, let me give you a scripture or two. We don't get into scriptures usually on Saturday night, but let me give you a scripture that I took off jw.org. And what they're saying, this one comes from Isaiah 35:1. The wilderness and the parched land will exult, and the desert plain will be joyful and blossom as a saffron. God will not let the earth become an unlivable desert, but he will restore its damage. So a person could kind of take that scripture, right? You could twist it and kind of work with a little bit. And the Watchtower does that all the time. They'll twist the scripture to suit their agenda, right? So, yeah, then I'll give you another one. Let's go with Psalm 65:9. They're using that on jw.org. You care for the earth, making it abundantly fruitful and very rich. With God's blessing, the earth will become a paradise. So if people are thinking about all the parched earth and what have you, well, they say that's going to be a paradise. So there are some scriptures they're using. And as the Watchtower always does, they will kind of use scriptures. And there's 31,000 scriptures in the Bible, friends. And the Watchtower kind of tailor fits some of these scriptures to the agenda that they're trying to bring forth. So they got the witnesses now. The witnesses, last week they were talking about inflation in the Watchtower articles. Now they're talking about climate change. So, this is really upping the ante on, oh my goodness, Armageddon's right around the corner. We better get with it. God's going to step in here very shortly. So we're going to see more and more articles like that. And they're going to play games on the people. They've been saying this stuff for 100 years. I mean, someday it's going to end, right? One of these days, the Watchtower will hit it right. But I wanted to bring that to your attention because I think that I know the Watchtower is very devious. I really do. And you guys know it too. And, they have a product. That the Watchtower organization has a product that they're selling you. The product really is Paradise Earth. And they want to convince you that if you follow their tenets and you follow their way of doing business, that you'll have an opportunity to enjoy Paradise Earth. So that's their product. And if you adhere to the rules of the Watchtower, that's what you'll get. So a lot of people have got that carrot dingling away in front of them. So they use these tricks. Any thoughts at all? Go ahead. You're on with us. You're on JW World News. I know some people are on there because you're still unmuted, but go ahead. You on with us? Go ahead. Say hello to us. All right. Well, we'll move on. I'm just going to mute some people here. Remember now, folks, when you come on the program to speak up, you hit *6. When you're done speaking, hit star. Yes, go ahead.
How you doing, Rick?
I'm doing good.
That's good. I don't have really too much to say, but I do have a quick joke for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you get when you cross a Jehovah's Witness and a Unitarian?
Let's see. You get Siamese twins?
No. You get somebody who knocks on your door for no reason.
Well, that definitely is a Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know too much about the Unitarians. Yeah. You know about the Unitarians? Yeah. They don't believe in they don't believe in the Trinity. Yeah. Or do they? I guess they do. I'm not sure.
They also don't believe in alcohol.
Is that right? Yeah. All right. So what's going on up in Toronto? Are you suffering from the gigantic heat wave?
Not really. It's nice and air conditioned in here, so
you feel good. Yeah.
Just enjoying my time.
Well, good for you, Braden. Good for you. So good to have you on tonight. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in with us.
Good to hear from you too.
All right,
All right, see you later, Rick.
Keep cranking away at it. That's Braden down of Toronto, Canada. All right, so let's see what else we got going on here. Well, let's see. We got some announcements and we got some reminders. You like that, don't you? Well, we just had some announcements and reminders that just came in here yesterday from Atlantis. And let me see what they're talking about here tonight. Let me read you this. This is kind of fascinating to me because I know what's happening, and I know the Jehovah's Witnesses are having a very, very hard time getting people to come back to the Kingdom Hall. Now, this is the big buzz. This is a big buzz on all the ex-witness forums, Facebook, JWN, on Reddit. They're all talking about going back to the meetings, and they don't want to go back. And the elders are noticing it, and the Watchtower Society is noticing it. The empty Kingdom Halls. They don't have as many people going there. People want to stay home on Zoom. And wouldn't you? You know, it used to be a Kingdom Hall might have been 20 minutes away, a half hour away. Now some people have to travel, a good hour and a half to get to a Kingdom Hall. And you got gasoline at $4, $4.50 a gallon. The witnesses don't make a lot of money, but that's going to cost a lot of money just to drive to the meeting, drive there and come back. So they like going on Zoom, and wouldn't you? In fact, we have a doctor's appointment the other day, but my wife has a doctor in Boston, and it's really a pain in the neck to go down there sometimes if there's a lot of traffic. But now they can do it right over the internet. How good is that? I'll take that any day of the week. Boy, you don't have to get in your car. You don't have to fight traffic. So don't you think the witnesses also like this idea? I don't have to drive to the Kingdom Hall and put the kids in the car and drive down there and get all dressed up. I can just sit right here in my Zoom meeting and listen to the meeting, and that's good for me. But the elders are concerned. The governing body is concerned. They don't like that idea. And I think a lot of it has to do with money donations, putting money in the box. And they're going to be upping the ante. They're going to be asking for more and more money is also coming downstream here the next couple of months. They want more money. They need more. I think they're wanting more for that Ramapo complex I was talking about earlier. But anyways, let me read you the part of the letter here. I think you'll find it fascinating. For elders, it says here that they're to announce, that's page 1. So it's just telling the elders when to announce it. So they were supposed to announce it. Let me see if I can get to the other one here. All right. So anyways, it's for congregations. This is what's read to the congregation. It says attending in-person meetings. Now, these are the announcements and reminders that you used to hear when you went to the service meeting. And an elder would get up and he would read it to you. So here it is for the congregations. Attending in-person meetings and reviewing the result of resuming in-person congregation meetings since April 1st, 2022. It is evident that Jehovah is clearly blessing this arrangement. We thank Jehovah for the opportunity to greet our brothers and sisters face to face, sing songs of praise to Jehovah harmoniously, and make other appropriate expressions of Christian fellowship once again. After more than 2 years of not being able to meet together at our kingdom halls, we have renewed appreciation for in-person Christian meetings that lift our spirits and strengthen our faith during these difficult times. We acknowledge that because of advanced age, infirmities, or other circumstances, some may be limited in their ability to attend meetings in person. For such ones, please keep in mind the loving reminder at Hebrews 6:10. God is not unrighteous so as to forget about your work and the love you showed for his name by ministering and continuing to minister in the holy minister to the holy ones. Now here comes the punchline. Here comes the punchline. See what they're doing here is that this is what any good organization does. This is even what the disciples, particularly the Apostle Paul, would do in visiting a congregation. You talk about the good things first, right? You don't want to start off here with a negative thing and beating people up, but they're appreciating the fact that there's some people that are infirm, and they're appreciating the fact that Jehovah is letting them come back to the kingdom halls. But here's the kicker. Paragraph 3. Let me read it to you. On the other hand, see, so on one hand, everything is great, you guys are wonderful. But on the other hand, some brothers and sisters, younger and in good health, have more favorable circumstances that may allow them to attend Christian meetings regularly at the Kingdom Hall. However, it has been observed that some have developed a tendency to attend meetings on a video conference when, according to their circumstances, they could be physically at the Kingdom Hall. If this is our situation, we can ask ourselves soul-searching questions. Well, what are the questions? What other questions? All right. Can I put forth greater worship to Jehovah in person? All right. Well, I mean, can you worship Jehovah more by being in a Kingdom Hall or on a Zoom meeting is basically what they're saying. And then the organization in the letter says, we capture a sense that this is really critical writing. This is very good writing. You listen carefully to what I'm saying. We capture a sense of Jehovah's thinking on this important matter by reviewing the following scriptures. How cultish is that? I never heard that statement in the Watchtower, but I like it. I think it would work on the witnesses. Now listen to that. We capture. This is the Watchtower writing department under the auspices of the so-called governing body writing this. We capture our sense of Jehovah's thinking. How do you capture a sense of Jehovah's thinking? You know, that's weird, isn't it? That's weird. That's weird writing. We capture a sense of Jehovah's thinking on this important matter by reviewing the following scriptures. Psalm 22:22. I will declare your name to my brothers in the midst of the congregation. I will praise you. So they're bringing scriptures in here on why you should come back to the meetings in person, because nobody wants to go back. They really, really don't. 1 Corinthians 14:23, the whole congregation comes together to one place. 3 John 14, I am hoping to see you soon and we will speak face to face. So again, what they do, as we said earlier, they tailor fit little scriptures to kind of suit their agenda. So they're guilt tripping the witnesses to get back to the meetings. Don't stay on Zoom. If you can come here in person, you do it. Next paragraph says, we encourage you to consider prayerful and consider the aforementioned scriptures and do research through the publications and do it during, bring it up during family worship. And the governing body is suggesting here, it goes on and on and on, but you get the point. I won't read anymore. It's just getting to me. It's really getting to me. But you get the point. They want you back at the meetings in person because people aren't going. What about you? What about you? Would you want to stay on the Zoom meeting or go in person? Is there anybody out there that liked going to the meetings? Well, there are
Hey,
some.
Rick,
Yes.
For one thing, it really bothers me that inside the Kingdom Halls for many years, they have had cameras inside the Kingdom Hall, some in the hallways, and they were even talking a few years back about putting cameras in the bathrooms. They have cameras outside the Kingdom Hall, cameras in the parking lots. Why in the world would anyone be able to feel comfortable about going into a Kingdom Hall where supposedly we live free in the freedom of Christ, because we're supposed to be true Christians, going into a Kingdom Hall where we're being watched and where we're being gently threatened with a velvet glove? And they talk about what Jehovah thinks. If they knew what Jehovah really thought, they'd probably go out of their minds with their brains exploding. Thank you, Rick.
Well, you're absolutely right, Anne-Marie. Boy, I'll tell you what, though. The Watchtower can really write, well, seemingly good articles. I will give them credit. They're very good at critical writing. They make it sound like it's coming right from Jehovah's mouth, right to your ears. And that's what the Watchtower does. And they're very, very good at it. But, I'll tell you, the COVID really did a job on the witnesses. In many respects, it could have put them out of business, but the Zoom meetings actually kept them alive. And now people got so used to it, like we say, they don't want to go back to the meetings in person. And I think that the Watchtower needs these people back. Now, here's what really got me when I was reading these announcements. It was just a couple of years ago, and we talk about Robert Hendricks. He's the Watchtower official, right? And he does all of these puff pieces for the local news and newspapers. We read an article that he was writing, in fact, involved in, from the Buffalo Times just this week. But let me tell you what Hendricks said a couple of years ago. He was saying on a local news channel, I saw it on YouTube, and he was saying, and we played it here on JW World News, and Hendricks said that, you really don't have to go and have a meeting, a building to meet in. He was saying because, and by definition, we know that the church, by definition, if you look it up, the church is not a building, that the church is the people. So Jehovah's Witnesses are Christians, they'd also look at that, but they would say, well, and Hendricks said, we really don't have to meet in person because we are the congregation. We can meet online. So now they completely changed their mind. Now you got to get back and meet in person. And I really believe it has to do with money. I really believe it has to do with people putting money in that contribution box. That's what I think. Because, there's also an announcement, I'm not going to get into it tonight, but next week we're going to get into it. They got some resolutions coming up to ask for more money. They're asking for money now at just about every single meeting, according to what I'm reading from some of the witnesses online. Every week they're asking for money. Now they're going to pass a resolution coming up here shortly, and we'll have information. Atlantis will send it to me. I don't have all the skinny on it right now, but they're going to be getting ready to pass another resolution here very, very shortly. So they want money. They want that Ramapo built. And like I say, they never really came out and said how much they need. But I'm telling you, it's 1.5 million square feet. Do you know what it costs to build a building today? So per square foot, it can be $900, $1,000 just for a square foot of a building. So if those numbers would prove to be true, and you have 1.5 million square feet, you're talking, from $500 million up, 500 million up, it could be. So I'm not blowing wind here. They're going to need a lot of money. And of course, they're going to get free labor, so it might not be that much, but it's going to be well into the hundreds of millions of dollars. They need the money. They need the money. You're on JW World News. Come on, say hello to us. Let us know what you think.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Just one more thing. When after the '89 earthquake in our town, the large, beautiful steeple of our well-revered St. Patrick's Catholic Church, which basically was the center of our town, the whole steeple was very badly damaged, and it had to be taken down. The townspeople came out and were crying to watch this steeple being taken down. Well, what the church did is, in a very large scale on cardboard, they let them know how bad the damage was, how much the damage was, what it would cost to completely restore and put back the steeple. And during the time of construction, everybody could see what was going on, because right outside, as much as they were making, they were bringing in and putting down how much they were making, how far along they were in their progress. Everybody quietly felt comfortable. All of the members of the church felt comfortable. And if they wanted to donate, it was registered. We had this much come in today. We had this much come in last month. Well, they were getting further along in their repair progress than they had originally thought that it would take. And they also asked for a car from a local car company to be denoted. What's the word? Donated, duh. And so people were also offered on the side, so they wouldn't just be losing money. When they would donate, they would get tickets. So while they were donating from their heart, nobody was being coerced. They were saying, these are the damages. This is about how long we think it's going to take to be restored. This is how much it's going to take. This is where we are now. This is where we are at donations. But everybody who donated got a chance to win this beautiful car. So there was incentive, there was honesty, and there was a sense of community and a knowledge that their money was going specifically to the projects to which they were donating, which is so unlike how Watchtower operates. Thank you, Rick.
Well, thank you, Anne Marie, for checking in with us. Yeah, it's not a very honest company. Go ahead. You want to say something? Go ahead, sir. Do we have someone on the line? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Hi, Rick. She said a great deal, and I guess the key word is transparency. If you want to push these people back on their heels, all you have to do is ask to audit their books. And that's probably where you're literally touching the devil's eyeball. And you will probably get an immediate reaction from the top to the bottom, or from the bottom all the way up to the very tip top. And all you have to do is say transparency, audit the books, let us see the books, and you will probably see something up front that will probably blow you away.
Well,
in the end, it's all about the money.
It is. You get on the money trail, you follow the money. Unbelievable.
Well, it's following the money like a forensic accountant. If you follow the money like a forensic accountant, I think a lot of us in this chat who think things are bad will probably look at the forensic accounting and fall backwards on our chairs and say, wow, I didn't think it was that bad. I knew it was bad, and we all know it was bad. If you keep up with the latest information from the most popular bloggers and posters on their channel, they'll keep you up to date. And that's pretty bad. Get those books. Open those books. Have transparency. Watch what happens.
Well, there you go. Yes, we're going to have to watch what happens. My goodness. Well, you got some fire in your tone tonight. That's good.
Well, a little bit of fire goes. I've had decades. Many of us in this chat have had decades to think about how we were cleverly conned through this entire thing, starting from being pulled in or being born in, right down to how our money was extracted. And a lot of people joined that religion because they didn't like the plate moved around, not realizing the plate was a magazine and all literature. It's clever. These people are clever, and they're not to be underestimated when it comes up to figuring out how they could separate you from your money without any type of transparency. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, no, that is a good thought that you have, because many of us, we gave money, many gave generously, many leave their property, their jewelry, their stocks, their bonds, their gold, their silver. They leave everything to the Watchtower. And what I always thought was interesting is, you hear about one of the largest sales organizations in the world, and you think about Amway, and even Walmart considers himself the employees as salespeople. They have probably 3 million employees, but the Watchtower has 8 million people. At least that's what they're saying they have, and 8 million people go out and peddle their books, their publications, and collect money. That's the largest sales organization in the world. And they do it on their own dime. They spend their own gas.
Well,
yeah.
If you were ever one yourself, you will remember these 3 words in the 70s, and I think the 80s, and maybe a little bit in the 90s. Advertise, advertise, advertise. Remember that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, that's all about maintaining a publishing company so that they can maintain their bottom line. Had nothing to do with Christianity, and nothing to do with faith or any of that. It was all about running a business. No more, no less.
Yeah.
And a lot of us didn't know, because a lot of us were approaching this from a spiritual point of view. And they said, fine, we'll take your money too. And if you say one word or ask to look at our book, we will show you a side of us that no one has never seen before. Go for it. I don't want to hold your time up too much.
Well, I tell you what, no, I enjoy listening to you, because you're right on. You're hitting the nail right on the head. It's all about money, and they know how to do it. And they do it. I mean, they do it better than any company in the world. Any company in the world. How do you get people to work for you for free and turn all the money in? Really? As we used to go do it.
Can I answer that question?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let you hear you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, Rick, I answered that question last week, but it was right when we were transitioning to the new show. This is Gilbert.
Yes.
Well, anyway, basically, I did a video on it explaining it this week because I was inspired by what we were talking. This is why they're so good at it, because it goes to the lack of education. This is what happens. Watchtower is a corporation, and all corporations have to answer to shareholders. The shareholders of Watchtower over 100 years have gone through different names, and a lot of them, the majority of them, in my opinion, are not Jehovah's Witnesses. That's why when grandma dies, Watchtower goes to her house and says, give us your shares, because the governing body will then vote on behalf of whoever has the shares. You see, the shares have a vote. So the kingdom halls have no voting power. This is when you learn if you go to a Baptist church, if you want to start a church and you go to a university, you learn these things. So all of the people in the church will have voting shares. So I went to a funeral one time and I just asked the guy, I go, hey, listen, how many times a day do you get solicited to sell your church? Because it's right next to a children's hospital here in Phoenix. It's worth a lot of money. And he told me, oh, a lot of money. But then he told me that if they did sell the church, the money would go back to the original shareholders. So let's say you were part of a Baptist church and you dedicated 40 years and money. You were a shareholder in that church, and let's say that church sold for, let's just say, $10 million because it was a big building. You would get your share as a shareholder. This is why Watchtower doesn't want you to go to school and learn about the business of religion. And keep in mind, and that's why Watchtower doesn't have to do anything charitable, because they only have to answer to the shareholders. Now, just real quick, a local church, let's say you and I, Rick, I moved to New York and you and I form a church, and it's a small church. We would be responsible to the local people. Do you understand? So we would have to do charitable things because the local people will say, hey, Gilbert, hey, Rick, what are you doing for us here in the local community? But Watchtower, they purposely don't educate you. So does that help you understand why and how they get away with it?
Well, I'm still thinking. I'm trying to put my thinking cap on. So let me just kind of reiterate what you're saying, so I can grasp it. And just a couple of loose ends. I think I can tie it together, though. So let's just start off with a Baptist church that starts out small. So what you're saying is, when that starts, and the people in the church who go there and donate money to the church and make their presence there, are you saying they automatically become shareholders?
Because they have bylaws and all kinds of things. So that's why they have their special meetings, because in the meetings they have bylaws. They may open up new shares of stock. And so let's say the church wants to grow and they want to build a basketball court. Well, I'll donate. Okay, well, then you get so many shares. And it makes sense because you have a vested interest in that building, in that corporation. The Jehovah's Witness Watchtower is no different than Bank of America or Amazon. They're a corporation, and they only have to answer to the shareholders. And this is why Watchtower, the governing body, would go visit your grandma when she died, because it's like a buyback. When the corporation buys back the stock, guess who gets to vote? Well, the governing body gets to vote because they're the ones that bought it back. This is why a lot of people don't like buybacks in corporations, because instead of having the people vote, now the CEO votes on your behalf.
All right, so let me try to. Well, it might be a little confusing. I'm glad you did your homework. Gilbert. But let's see if we can't get this straight for the audience. We have a very intelligent audience, by the way. But I just want to make sure that it sinks in. So, what you're saying to me, you made the statement here twice. When Grandma dies, the Watchtower comes and gets her possessions. Now, are you saying that she was an automatic shareholder? How are you?
Well, let's say she was. She was a shareholder in way back in the days, like in Russell's days, and the second one, Rutherford's days. So a lot of them back then owned shares, and we know this through the old, the videos that we see on YouTube. And that's why when Grandma would die, the governing body would send the representatives, or they themselves would go and try to convince the family or convince Grandma, hey, give the shares back to the corporation. And now when you get to the big Baptist church, when they go to their conventions, if every church, see that's a separate corporation, and every church that belongs part of that group has voting shares. It's kind of like a fraternal order, right? Like the fraternal order of Elks or Eagles. Everyone has a chapter, but every chapter also has a vote in the national franchise. But the local franchise is owned by the local people.
All right, no, I never heard this before, but let me just clarify it. I just want to get it clear. So, today, though, in the Watchtower, these people coming in, and even though they're giving money, they're not shareholders. They're not getting anything.
They're not.
No, they're not getting anything. So
no.
You're talking about older witnesses, Grandma and Grandpa witness. You're talking about them,
correct?
Right? Yeah.
And over the years, those people are not Jehovah's Witnesses. The great grandson is not a Jehovah's Witness, but he's still a shareholder. You see, because he inherited. So, like, say for example, your mother was a part of a Baptist church, and she died, and she gave you her stock portfolio, and part of her stock portfolio was, she has so many shares in this church. Yeah, it's yours, and you're not a Baptist. Same thing. So that's what I'm saying, that the owners of the Jehovah's Witness Corporation are not Jehovah's Witnesses. And this is why Watchtower wanted to get these shares from dying witnesses, because it was no different than it was a buyback that they were trying to get because voting is the thing. If you own a share, you vote. This is why Watchtower tells you not to vote, that voting is wrong. Of course they tell you that, because voting is power. You understand? So the power of the religion, of the Jehovah's Witness religion, lies in the people who vote. And who votes? Shareholders.
Well, there are.
And my last thing I was going to tell.
Yeah, I was just going to say there are. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to make a prediction that with this crypto craze coming, I can see Jehovah's Witnesses coming out with the Jehovah coin crypto, so that way they can move money around the earth, instantaneously. Why? I know that sounds crazy, but I wouldn't put it past them to do something like that.
Well, just in view of that, just have some fun with it. I'm going to throw it out to the audience. I want them to think about it. If Jehovah's Witnesses do develop a crypto coin, what would they call it? I hear Gilbert said Jehovah coin, but you guys think about it.
The Jehovah coin.
So you guys think about it, and in a 10, 15 minutes from now, I'm going to ask you, what would you call a Jehovah's Witness Watchtower crypto coin? What would you call it? All right. Well, Gilbert, you gave us
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, you gave us a lot of knowledge there. My goodness, you must have done your homework, but boy, I'll tell you what. I mean, there are shareholders, but thank you for enlightening us. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and love from Phoenix, Arizona. Hasta la vista, baby.
Good man. Thank you. That's our good friend Gilbert, out there in the heat zone. All right. So anyways, you're on JW World News. I'm glad to have you with us tonight. Always am. Always glad to have my audience here. We do it every Saturday night. And we haven't missed a Saturday night. You know that. I tell you all the time. But I tell you that because it's important. Why is it important? Because there's people listening in here tonight for the very first time. And what if we weren't on? What if someone said, hey, you're having some trouble, you don't know what to do, call us 6 Screens, they're here every Saturday night, and then they dial in, nobody's here. They'd be disappointed. So we are here because you are here. And we love talking about what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. Well, just along the same lines that Gilbert was talking about, he was saying that Jehovah's Witnesses don't want you educated, right? And if you listen to the program before this one with Anne Marie, she had a program on Jehovah's Witness propaganda and education, and how the Watchtower constantly suggests to young witnesses, or any witness really, it's not a good thing to go to college. Don't go to university. Don't get educated. Why would you want to do that? Well, the conventions, the Pursue Peace 2022 conventions, well, they have a talk, of course, at the convention this year, all about going to school, going to higher education. And of course, they're discouraging it. They want you to pursue pioneering first. But they've been doing this for years. This is nothing new. They want to ruin your life. They want to control you from the cradle to the grave. They don't want you to plan on having any future. They want to ruin all the prospects for your life. They want to keep people uneducated and poor. Yeah, I'm telling you the truth. Basically, that's what Gilbert was saying, right? Keep you uneducated and poor. They don't want you learning any critical thinking skills. They want to mold you. They want you to become very docile. They want to be able to, do the same thing the Nazis did. Yeah, Nazi Germany. They burned a lot of the books, most of the books in Germany. Why? Because they didn't want people. They were fearful that people would get an education. So the governing body's doing the same thing, and they don't want you getting an education. In fact, even if you actually get a scholarship, I know witnesses that got scholarships. Oh no, turn them down. I can't take it. Can you imagine that? How sad is that? Well, I've got a little clip. I got a clip here from governing body member Anthony Morris. It's a 5-minute clip, but I'm not going to play it for 5 minutes. but I want you to hear at least the first part of it. Just listen closely to what Anthony Morris says. It's very, very disturbing, but let's get everything up here so you can hear it, and let's play it. Just give it a second. I'll be right on. Give it 1 second. I'll be right on.
Sometimes people will say, well, you know, Jehovah's Witnesses are against education. Well, that's ridiculous. We're not against education. We are pro-education. It's just that we are selective with who does the educating. We promote divine education. We believe it to be superior because it leads to everlasting life. So with schools of higher education, and many of their curriculums, and if you know anything about it, maybe some of you have been, do they not have philosophy 1 and philosophy 2? It doesn't matter what you're going to major in. And they start you off there. You'd be going for another thing, but you have philosophy 1, you have philosophy 2. And then all of a sudden it gets in there, and the intellectual gripping of the mind, very hard to recover from. I've seen this so many times, and we could tell you so many horror stories, and the parents are all distraught. Well, you put them there. I remember one mother, I talked to her son, he went to Harvard when we were in New England. He became an evolutionist, raised in the truth. Mom couldn't believe it, but I got him to tell me what he really thought. She was devastated. Wow. You let him go there. And this real bright professor got a hold of him. Hard to believe. And sometimes some parents will drop their child off at a university, especially when they send them away from home, away from their established theocratic structure. And elders that serve there will tell you, and I've been in a lot of places where there's, they call college towns. Time and again, an elder is serving in some cases, they drop their child off, a few months, they went to a few meetings, they're gone. Parents are all upset. Why didn't you do more for my son? Why didn't you do more for my daughter? I would say, who dropped them off? The elders are heartbroken, they try. Know a lot of them personally. So you have to decide that. You want to take the risk? Your call. We're warning you.
All right, we'll stop it right there. So you got the gist, right? The Watchtower doesn't want you going to school. They now what other organizations?
The other one, and I know this is a very sensitive area. We raised two.
Well, stop it there. But let me just put it to you guys this way: what organization do you know of? Can you name any other organization on the planet that discourages people from getting educated? Really? The only one I know of is the Jehovah's Witness organization, the Watchtower. I don't know of any other organization that would discourage that. Why would you do it? Why would you?
The only other group would be an 18th century Amish farm.
Well, you're right with that, Pixie. But I got thinking, just as I was listening to Anthony Morris, wait a minute. I don't know who would do it. I would say that you'd want to see your kids educated. You want to see your friends educated. You want to see your...
There's none, Rick.
There is
They're
none.
shooting themselves in the foot for future donations because they're making their people poor. The interesting thing is a lot of the sisters here went to nursing school and did well. A lot of realtors do well. A lot of plumbers do extremely well. But the funny thing he said about the higher education and the more prestigious universities, Harvard and Yale started as divinity schools. So maybe he knew that much.
Well, I think it's kind of a shame. And I knew personally the valedictorian in school. He wasn't in my, he was younger than me. He could have been my son, but he was the smartest guy in the high school that I went to. And this is about, I'd say, probably 25 years ago. and he was the smartest guy, and his brother was the salutatorian. Am I saying that right? Salutatorian? I believe so. But anyways, his brother was the salutatorian, and he was the second smartest kid in school. And they were both staunch Jehovah's Witnesses. And they both got scholarships to very good colleges. But no. We can't do that. We have to pursue the ministry. My goodness, how sad is that? And I've heard that a
Well, the
number of times.
irony is that the Watchtower Corporation sends their own people to Columbia Law.
Well, that is the irony, Pixie. That is the irony. And the other irony is they're constantly looking for, educated people to come help them, lawyers, accountants, people in the medical field. This requires education. But no, don't you guys go on to college. And even Anthony Morris, the governing body member you just heard, he's saying that, pursue a life in the ministry. Yeah, what I'm going to tell you, that is a terrible life. That's my cousin. My cousin, she's out of the witnesses now, but she was a special pioneer in South Dakota. It was terrible. She's been on the 6 screens. She's talked about how wicked it was and how it really messed her whole life up. People's lives get messed up by not pursuing education. You never can really get a good job. You have to work for crummy wages. And a lot of these witnesses are very smart, and they could have gone on. Not that you have to live in a big giant house, or you got to drive a Cadillac Escalade. Geez, but you like to be able to just get along in life and pay your bills and be able to go to the store and buy some food without worrying it's going to break my budget. But the witnesses, I'm sad to say, they're in fact, they are the poorest American religion per capita. I mean, in the Jehovah's Witness religion than any other religion. And that's a pure.
Well said.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Rick.
Yes.
Excuse me. This is Denise in Oklahoma.
Yes, Denise.
I was talking to a PMO friend of mine today, and he said that he was talking with a ministerial servant friend of his that still talks to him even though he's PMO. And they went on Zoom with an elder from another congregation, and they were asking about the congregations closing the bank accounts. And the elder said that the branch is afraid that the government is going to take over all the bank accounts of the congregations. So that's why they want to control all the funds. And he used the word beast as far as who was going to take control of everything. And that if the branch takes all the bank accounts, just the branch in the U.S. would make over $50 million.
Wow. Yeah, they want those bank accounts, Denise. Yeah, we talked about that last week.
I think they're going to close the halls next. That's the next step.
Well, I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it at all. I don't know what's up their sleeves, but it's not good. Every time I turn around and examine what's going on in the Watchtower, everything they do is for them. There's nothing for the people.
Hey.
You want to say hello?
Yeah, I was listening. I was listening to a Zoom meeting Thursday, and I don't know if he said it by accident or on purpose, but they had the whole meeting was about sacrifice and how you're supposed to sacrifice your college education and all that so you can pioneer. And, they kept pushing sacrifice all night. Well, one of the gentleman that was giving the talk that I heard said, well, we can't give what we don't have. And I don't know if that just slipped out of him or if he meant to say that or what, but he said it right on Zoom. We can't give what we don't have.
Well, that's interesting.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Hey, this is Chewy. Hey, Denise, if you don't mind me, if you don't want to say the city, that's fine. But what part of Oklahoma are you from? I'm from Southwest Oklahoma. I'm from Lawton.
Oh, I'm in Lawton too, man.
Oh, are you? I think I've met you one time.
Oh, yeah? I don't know.
So.
Chewy was that. Chewy was that dark, handsome man. Remember him?
No, I got long hair now, and I look ugly.
Well, at one point, I met a gentleman in my driveway. Was that you?
That's me. That's me.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
kind of thought at the time you were kind of still in, though.
Yeah. Okay, I know where you're at now. Okay. Well, I know about where you're at anyway. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. All right.
All righty, bye.
Well, there you go. Hey, Denise, I got thinking of you this week.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, you came on last week and you talked about Jerry Jones. And, you know, that saddened me because I like Jerry a lot. And, of course, he died. But did you ever get the reason why he died?
They seem to think, well, they don't have the blood work back. They won't have blood work back for a while. But with the preliminaries that they did, they seem to think that he wasn't controlling his diabetes and that his heart gave out.
All right. I was just wondering what it might have been, because a lot of people, I'll tell you, even my wife's doctor, geez, he just died suddenly too. And, you know, all of a sudden they're starting to talk about this on the news. There's some unknown, I don't know if you call it a disease or an event, but people are just dying for no reason. And I was just wondering if they had a reason, because this is alarming to people.
Yeah, well, he didn't. I must have told him 100 times, go to a doctor, but he just wouldn't. You know, and he probably could have lived another 10 years if he saw a doctor.
Yeah. So someone in the background said, blame it on Biden. Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, that's you. Oh, yes. Well, thank you, Denise. Thank you very much for coming in here and giving your thoughts here tonight. We got our Sasquatch hunter on with us tonight. Hello, David.
Yeah, all this talking about money and everything, and I'll tell you right now, they go to you and they ask for money, and then they set you up in a bank account where you can go and take $40 and give it to them every month, and it comes right out of your checking account, or you're right out of your credit card, no questions asked, and they have a telephone number and everything. You can check on it.
Yeah, that's interesting, David.
And it just blew me away. And then when you were asking about money, about the churches giving money at the donation and passing it through the plate and giving money out that way, that's fine and dandy. The churches go back and, just like our church, we need to put a new roof on the church, and it was going to cost us X amount of bucks, and we were going to pay on it. So we made like a temperature gauge type thing. We put, this is how much it is, this is how much you gave this month, and this is how much money it was given to us, on and on and on until we got it paid off. Or like if our kids go out and they want to go to a really big event in the Episcopal Church, they go and they raise the money up so high to go and help other people in another state. And we donate like $10,000 in like 5 months or something. So these kids can go and witness for Christ and then turn around and help these people build decks and parts of their homes and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. Well, the Watchtower doesn't do anything like that, David. You know that. It's terrible.
Yeah. I'm watching these two Kingdom Halls right here in my general area. They keep asking everybody to go back, and people want to go just be on the Zoom.
Yeah.
They don't really. They go back because they want to see their buddies for 1 or 2 times, and then they want to go back on Zoom.
That's exactly right. Well, thank you, David. Thank you for coming in. We got some more people. We've got. Go ahead. You're on with us. We got a bunch of. We got about 3. Go ahead, sister. Yeah, the woman first. Yep.
Hi, Rick.
There's two women here.
Oh, two women.
Let's go with the. Let's go with the.
You can go. You can go first, sister.
Oh, thank you. This is Christine from Arizona. Okay, so the point that about the bank, I wanted to throw this out there. I'm not making any claims, or but last week, Constance brought it up about the reset going on with the bank in October, and when Denise sent me the information that this Pimo brother gave her, she sent me the actual email, the actual text that he sent her, and I said, you've got to bring this out at 6 screen. So that's why she called. But this was my point. In the text, it brings out that the Pimo brother asked the ministerial servant, why is Watchtower demanding that the banks be closed and getting the money out and sending it all to Watchtower? And they said that the beast, which we know as the United Nations, according to JW teaching, is letting that is going to close. It's going to change the banking systems here coming up. So what I'm throwing out there is that's kind of like it's for me hearing about it now several times, and wondering if anybody here has other information. I know Reese probably does. I'm sure he's probably right on it, and maybe is he going to be on tonight, Rick?
We're not sure. He may be. He might not be on for the full 2 hours, but we're going to see what happens. He emailed me, and we're waiting to see if he's coming on. Yep.
Well, for me, it's a red flag to consider taking my funds. I don't have a lot, but taking what I do have out, so it's not confiscated by the bank. And then we did hear about China. They've already been doing this. They closed, I think, I'm not sure, but 4 large banks in China have kept the people's money, and the people are protesting, and they're having a lot of problems. So I'm just throwing it out there to the group that's listening. Does anybody here have any more information about that to give us a fair warning, so that many of us who need to take our funds out will consider it? Just throwing it out there, Rick. Thank you for listening.
Might want to get banks with 2 small accounts. And then the other thing is, I don't always agree with the John B. Wells radio show, but he does know his news. And he had a story last night that all my years in the newsroom, I didn't quite understand it. Someone it sounded like there was a government push against safety deposit boxes. So maybe Rick look at the John B. Wells show and see what he thinks about it. But it sounds like somebody had some stuff confiscated out of safety deposit boxes. And it was, I'm not sure if this was a bank or this was just a company that had safety deposit boxes, but I'd never quite heard a story like it.
I can answer those 2 questions.
Okay.
Okay, the safety deposit box was in Los Angeles, and it was a big scandal because the FBI raided everybody's safety deposit boxes on a private safety deposit service, and they used the excuse that some people were using it for drug confiscation. Now you have to understand that these skyscrapers, a lot of these skyscrapers, they have these huge vaults in there, and so people go in and they would rather have their money in the vault than have it in the bank because it's privatized. But here's the thing: the FBI would take your gold and your silver just because you were in the same building. And I know this because I have my stuff in a private vault, and I talked to the vault owner, and he goes, Gilbert, he goes, with this breaking news, I'm talking to the vault owner. He goes, the FBI can come here and now just seal everybody's goods. And all they have to say is that Chapo, the drug cartel of Mexico, has a box in there. Now, I answered that question. So the only place that is safe is in your possession, where only you know you hid your stuff. And that's what the major players are telling you, that the only place to keep your gold and silver and money is where only you and certain members of your family know. So that's one question. The other question has to do with Watchtower taking the money, and it's called CBDC, Central Bank Digital Currencies. That is basically a crypto for a government. So it's kind of like Visa, MasterCard, and the Federal Reserve, the federal government now owns all the transactions. It becomes one bank, and it's the central bank of the United States. And they have like a Visa, MasterCard, which is a crypto type, and they control everything. China's already doing it. So this is what's happened. The United States dollar has reached its lifespan. It's going to die, and it has already died like 2 or 3 times in American history. Because if you look at the bills, they're different. They're not the same bills, you know. So that's what CBDC is. We're reaching a point where our dollar is going to be worthless, and the government will come in and rescue you, and they'll give you, let's say, 1-to-1, or they'll give you 2-to-1 or 5-to-1, whatever. They're going to come out with a new currency, and it's going to be digitized. And China has already done it. And also there's a thing called BRICS. And the BRICS is China, Russia, South Africa, India, and they're coming out with a new money which is going to rival the petrodollar. So right now we have a petrodollar where everybody trades their oil in petrodollars. Well, Russia, China, India, and South Africa, and other countries, Brazil, are saying, hey, we're going to come up with a new currency. So this is what the word out on the street is that these governments are coming up with new currencies because their currencies are no good. You know, if they die, so they have to come up with a new one. Like in Mexico, it's called the old peso and the nuevo peso, the new peso. The old peso has 3 more zeros. So that's what it is. We're in a transition phase, and Watchtower wants to be able to. And the only thing Watchtower would do is they would take United States dollars, they would buy gold, they'd buy silver, hold on to it, and when the government comes out with a new currency, then you go and you buy back in. But you go and you buy back in, you know, and that's how you preserve your wealth.
Well, there's a lot of things happening.
Let's say you have cash.
Well, a lot of things.
Let's say you have cash. Let's say you have $1,000 cash. The government will say, we have a new currency, but we're only going to give you $500 of the new currency in exchange for $1,000 of your old currency. Who knows what they're going to do, but they're going to do something like that.
Well, maybe.
So,
all right. Well, we're going to get off the subject.
I answered your guys' question.
All right, we're going to get off the subject of that. I mean, Reese is coming on perhaps next, or if not, maybe the next program we can discuss it. But it's not pertinent to what's happening here. We got to keep it on the Watchtower. Got to keep it on the Watchtower. That's what we do here. It's a niche network, so let's keep it on that. But we had another sister want to come on. Go ahead, sister, if you're still on there with us.
Hi, Rick. Yeah, this is something unrelated, but this is Fran and Joe. We just wondered how, if you or your listeners have any idea, how do you find out who the PMOs are in your area? Because, you know, we recently became PMO in December, and at this point, we really don't know anybody else in our area. And there's like at least 6 or 7 congregations right locally, if anyone has any ideas.
Well, maybe somebody does. I know that what people are doing is there's a website called Meetup, and what a lot of ex-witnesses do, including myself, when I got out, I went on the Meetup website and I made a post in there that I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness in the Boston area that would like to meet up with Jehovah's Witnesses that are leaving the organization, and I got quite a few people that responded. So that's okay. That's a possibility, Fran. However, okay. I mean, it worked here because I'm in the apostate capital of the world. We got a lot of apostates around here, but in other places it wasn't that way. For example, my wife Susan, well, she comes from Illinois, and she for the longest time was trying to find someone that was getting out of the Watchtower. She'd put it online. I'm looking for some people that are leaving the Watchtower. And I mean, nobody was writing to her. And finally, she landed up here on the 6 screens. Someone said, listen into the 6 screens. And she listened in, and then she started meeting a bunch of friends. But there's still some parts of the country that don't have a lot of apostates, Fran.
Okay, that's good to know.
Yeah.
Well, we'll check it out.
So how are you and Joe? How are you and Joe doing? All right.
Oh yeah, we're doing okay. So we keep getting these messages from one of the elders messaged me Friday, said, "Hey, Joe and Fran, didn't see you at the meeting. Is everything okay?" And I just said, "Yeah, everything's great." But because they can tell who's on Zoom and they spy on you, and then the problem is that they go and tell your family, "Oh, your parents weren't on Zoom because they're in physical at the Kingdom House, so they don't know if we're on or not." But then they'll go and tell kids. Yeah, here's Joe.
Hi, Rick. This is Joe. Nice program.
Thank you.
The frustrating thing is that the witnesses may want to say something to us, but they really won't listen to anything we have to say in return. It's all a one-way conversation. And if we think we want to say anything to them of any importance, they can't handle it. They just can't listen to it. It's counterproductive. It makes problems for them and us. So, it's such a pathetic situation that organization has devised for people, because it just cuts off normal human conversation. It just makes it all programmed and canned. And but in all fairness, and we're finding so many other nice people, other relationships, Christian types, just nice people regardless. And that's refreshing. There's no shortage of nice people around us.
Well, no, that's good you're saying that. And, I really put myself in your shoes. It's a very difficult time for you guys right now. We are just exiting the Watchtower since last December, I think it was. That is, it's got to be a difficult time. So I think about you guys, and there's a lot running through your head. But I'm going to ask you a question, okay? So the question I would like to ask you, Joe and Fran, is, as you're exiting the Watchtower, is there still like a residual feeling that you feel the Watchtower may have been the truth, or is that completely gone?
No.
Oh my goodness, no. Oh, the
residual.
Watchtower needs to be dismantled and ground into dust. No, not at all. Not at all.
Now, at first, though, when you first started coming out as a PMO back in December, I'm sure that ran across your mind that, boy, am I leaving God's channel? I mean, did that come across? No, it didn't come across, huh?
No, because in all fairness, Rick, my father was in the government for all his career, and so I kind of knew how the government works. They infiltrate different organizations with their agenda, and they get them to do things for them under, phony guises. And Watchtower is just a phony arm of the government. It's just doing some of the government's bidding for them. And then, of course, at some point, the government's probably going to shut them down. But no, not the truth at all. No.
Well, good for you guys, but I'm sure that as you guys lay in bed at night, I'm sure there's things that run through your mind and maybe even dream about. Yeah. But there's a lot of
no question. No, the sad feelings come in that I regret I ever introduced my young family to it. It was such a tragic mistake. I just wanted to learn the Bible for them and for us, and here we got sucked into and snared into a racket, pure and simple, and now they're deep into it. But in all fairness, we're being hopeful. They're individuals. There's time for all of them to watch each other and listen to each other and to gauge what's going on and to, you know, to see what's happening with others who are waking up as well. So we've got a job to do.
Well, right now we're still on a group chat with them, and all they talk about is, oh, how wonderful the convention is, and oh, we're having some nice experiences in service, and oh, isn't it so nice?
Dear.
We're at least at the Kingdom Hall we went to, they're meeting in service on Fridays, and it's going to be the second Saturday of the month, so that they can meet at the hall for service. So now that's the big hoopla. And also that they're doing the cart witnessing. They have one cart they do at the bus station. So it's all like, you know, they're just praising it.
Well, yeah, what I was going to say with that cart witnessing, if they only have one cart and, you know, they got 50, 60 people in the hall, how do they all use the one cart? Do they, how many people can they assign to a cart? Do you know that?
As far as I know, they're just...
Yeah, I really don't know how many they've gotten out. I don't know how many active people they are doing. They're delusional. They're absolutely delusional. I don't know how to say it. It's so sad how they've been deluded and how they fit right into it and go right along with it. There's something called the sunk cost principle. In other words, a person's put everything into something, and regardless of whether or not it's a total bust or not, they'll just stick it out because, well, they sunk everything into it, and maybe it'll turn out good.
Well, I got that. I understand what that is. That sunk cost. It would be very much like a person buying a lotto ticket, and they bought it all their life. Every day they bought a lotto ticket. And, you know, they spent thousands of dollars on a lotto ticket, never really won much, but they're always thinking, gee, if I stop now, I might hit the big one. And that's how a lot of that's how a lot of witnesses feel. Geez, I've been in for so long, I don't want to stop now. Armageddon might come tomorrow, you know?
I know. I know. I'm going to run that. I am going to run that by my children, see how that goes over.
Yeah. Well, it's always good to hear from you guys. You always make my Saturday night. Always good to hear from Fran and Joe.
That's why we listen to you all. And
thank you very much, you guys. Good to hear from you. Well, there you go. See that? We get, well, there's still PMOs, but they're listening in here. And my goodness, we get a lot of people coming into the 6 Screens tonight. So we're gonna have some fun later on too. Reese might be on, he might not be on. You know, he wrote me a letter, and he's kind of, you know, he's really getting concerned about the world conditions. It's really bothering him. He's kind of shook up over the whole thing. He's trying to get some relaxation. He's trying to, you know, get some things off his mind. He doesn't want to go too deep down the rabbit hole, but we'll see. He says, Rick, I just might make a surprise visit here. So we'll see what happens. But if not, I mean, we'll keep you company. Well, we're going to be talking about some things tonight on the next program. We always have something prepared if Reese doesn't come on or whatever, but we'll see what happens. So by all means, stay with us. Well, let's take a look in here. Let's see what else is going on behind the curtain.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, no problem.
Just take a second.
Yes.
I sent you an email to give my contact information to Chewy.
Okay, I'll be glad to do that.
Yeah, all right. I wish you would. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Janice. You sent it to JW World News, did you?
Yes, I did.
Okay, good girl. Thank you. All right.
Bye.
So let's see what's going on here. Let's take a look. Let's see what else we can dig out of the news pages here tonight. I got a lot to talk about. Yeah, so, well, anyways, the ex-witnesses in New Zealand. Oh, my goodness, that's a good thing. They're all upset. They got a lot of pedophiles in New Zealand. And now the witnesses, the ex-witnesses over there, they want to make sure that New Zealand does something about it. So what New Zealand's going to do, they hope, is they hope they're going to be able to get New Zealand to take away their charity status. So hopefully that will happen. I was watching a video today on it, but I won't play it now. We don't have time. But in the video, it was actually on national television in New Zealand. And it was saying how the ex-Jehovah's Witnesses are calling for the Watchtower to be stripped of charity status. Now, that is music to my ears. I love to hear stories like that. You know, us apostates, we can get some points on the scoreboard. We can rock the boat of the Watchtower. But, you know, when you get governments calling them out for the evilness that exists in that organization, that's a good thing. That's a real big thing. So New Zealand called the witnesses out. Australia called the witnesses out. Belgium called the witnesses out. Norway called the witnesses out. Sweden called the witnesses out. Russia, of course, we know they not only called them out, they banned them right outright. We now have Canada starting to look into the problems of child molestation in the Watchtower. So this is all good news. This, friends,
Hey, Rick,
it's good news. Yes, go ahead.
it's Steve. You know, and all these places that have gotten on the witnesses and called them out, as you're saying. You know, the sad part about it is, the Australian Royal Commission. Okay, it was a big deal, but out of all these places, no one gets indicted, no one gets arrested, no one has their offices raided, nothing gets confiscated, no computers, no material, anything. I mean, with all the information that we know, they're holding a list of 20,000 pedophiles and not a damn thing gets done. I mean, it sounds great, but in reality, nothing's been done. Like I said, nobody's indicted, no raids on any of their headquarters, nothing. So I really find that kind of seems like it's just all who are they partners with, who looks the other way. Like I said, it sounds real good, but in reality, what gets done? Nothing. And it's not that I don't want anything to be done. The reason is I noticed is because I want something to be done. And that's where it just stalls out. And out of all the places that you just mentioned, I don't see anybody going to jail. I don't see any indictments. I don't see anybody's office getting raided. No confiscating of computers. Nothing. It's almost like a farce. And I don't want it to be, but it's like it is.
Well, Steve,
I guarantee if you go ahead, Chris.
You're being totally honest, and don't think I haven't thought the same thing you're thinking. Nothing's being done, and there's evidence of that. Now we know in the Australia Royal Commission, we know how Jeffrey Jackson got up there and lied through his teeth, and they were pressured into joining the redress where they would have to give $150,000 to each victim that they abused, and they wouldn't join what they call the redress scheme, which really was just a way to pay the victims back. So the Australian government said, look, if you don't join and you don't start paying the money back, well, we're going to drop you from our charity status. But, I was online this week. I cannot find anywhere where the Watchtower paid any money to anybody through that scheme. Yeah.
But that's my point.
Yeah.
Nothing gets done. Nothing. And I mean, again, the Australian Royal Commission, everybody was ooh and ah. Okay, it sounds great. But again, my point is, you look back at the history of all those countries and places that you just mentioned, how is that possible? I mean, legally, somebody should have nailed them somewhere along the line. But if you look at the other end, they're all in unison. All the governments are in unison. They all talk, but they don't do anything. So is that a conspiracy on their part?
Well, thank you for bringing that subject up, because that I'm going to give you a gold star. You're going to be a Nobel Prize winner here on the 6 screens, because what you just said there, Steve, is something that I have been thinking about. Well, why is this like in Belgium, for example? In Belgium, they were being brought up on shunning charges. A young man was thrown out of his house because of being shunned. They brought it to the government's attention. They were going to look into the witnesses and try to stop them shunning and saying it was against the law. They dropped that. Nothing ever happened there. So this is what's going on. All of these governments talk a big deal, but nothing ever happens to the Watchtower.
Exactly. And again,
can I chime in? Can I?
Sure, go ahead.
Can I chime in and give my my observation with the Australian Royal Commission, particularly?
Sure.
This is called an inquiry, simply an inquiry. So the government inquired with all of these charities how they handle their children, the CSA, okay? And then they wanted to know these policies, right? So all of these charities were questioned because the government inquired. How do you do this, right? So of course, Watchtower was pretty lame, right? So as they went along, the deal that I understood it to be is things that were against the law or things that were to be, given to the proper whoever would be given to the proper whoever. In other words, the police or the FBI, whoever, wherever it was supposed to go is where it was supposed to go. But this particular situation wasn't there to convict them of a crime. They were there to make an inquiry. And as they were inquiring, how do you handle all of this stuff, and made these charities answer to them, they would be gathering this information and sending it to whoever. But they just started or have recently been paying the redress to some of the victims. How that has happened exactly, I'm not sure, but some of the victims are being given money. That's the main thing about this particular inquiry.
Okay,
so
but,
the redress scheme, which is the redress is to give them compensation, hopefully an apology, and to try to make things right.
See, I agree with you.
Handle the child. CSA.
Okay, I agree. You're right, but I'm talking about criminal charges.
Okay, then that would be the court cases. It wouldn't be.
See,
it wouldn't be inquiries.
Everything. Okay, well that's my
and
point.
those
you have
to go through.
Well,
those are tough to go through. But what I noticed about those is that
apparently then they're so tough that the society has beaten the system for being an average criminal, a pedophile protecting organization with 20,000 names. I tell you what, you owe the IRS $100. They will get it from you. They have to come into your house. If they have to come and get your computer, whatever it takes for $100, they'll do it. Okay.
So you're talking like, why aren't they going to headquarters to get the
when I said there are no computer confiscations or anything like that, that's criminal. That's not civil. They can subpoena records, but when they come in and take your computers, take your information, take your files, that's a criminal investigation, and that has not happened to them.
I have a question. That happened in Norway or something? But sure.
But the point is, as big as the situation as this is, and as many countries as it's been in, the results are almost zero. Point something.
I agree.
With any results, you cannot have.
About that.
Go ahead.
I wanted to enter a thought about Erwin Zulkin, the attorney in San Diego. I heard, now maybe you know, Linda, I heard he was going after the governing body, but I'm not sure if it was on a criminal case. I know that
he's not
did
a criminal.
file.
He's not. No, the criminal charges have to come from the government, from the authorities.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
There's a difference between criminal and civil. Zulkin is
civil. Yeah.
Civil. Okay. And again, there will be, there has been, and there will be, and there will continue to be civil lawsuits where the society loses and winds up paying money. That's just loose change for them. That's not going to stop their procedures. That's not going to stop what they're doing. That's civil.
Right.
The society will. It's the cost of doing business. Okay, they're making hundreds and hundreds of millions and millions of dollars in their operations, whether it's donations or whatever they're doing. They're making hundreds of millions of dollars. So they pay out a few million. It's the cost of doing business. Every company gets sued sooner or later for something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So no, Zalkin is strictly civil. I'm talking criminal. When I said go into the offices, raid the offices, take computers and stuff like that, that hasn't been done. That's criminal. That's where that comes.
It's going to happen.
Can you give an example of what criminal would be?
When you are sought after by the police. So civil is when you get a private attorney and you sue someone for something. Okay. So criminal is when the police, the FBI, government officials, local government agencies, the police, the state pursue you in criminal charges. Then that's what they have to do. That is criminal. Okay. Everything else is civil, which means if you lose in a civil case, most of the time it's monetary. You lose money. And that's what's been happening to the society. They lose money, they lose in a court case, they're fined, or they pay punitive damages of millions of dollars, whatever they get away with or don't get away with. Criminal, most likely then, is someone can very possibly go to jail. Someone's going to get indicted. Someone is going to answer to the governmental authority, whether it's local, state, federal authorities. And this doesn't happen. It doesn't happen yet.
What I've noticed is that
but it's going to happen here shortly. So hold your seat, dude.
You know what? Again, I'm not saying I don't want it to happen, but realistically, like I said, nothing's being done. And the government generally, even the United States federal, when the federal government, the FBI prosecutes someone, they have an extremely high success rate. It's 99-point-something% conviction rate. So,
has the government ever been after the Watchtower? The government of the United States that you know of? Has the government of the United States ever gone after the Watchtower that you know of?
Not. I mean, back in World War II or whatever, I think they sent some witnesses to jail for preaching or whatever they were dealing with at that time. I'm talking about current conditions.
Under Rutherford,
and again, just to say, well, it's coming. You know what? Even at that, what are they going to do? There's really nothing. How do you hang on to a pedophile list of 20,000 names for that long and nothing is done?
I agree.
I mean,
sounds like they're in cahoots, doesn't it?
Well, somebody's not pushing the issue. Someone is, because like I said, I guarantee you owe the government, the IRS, $100. They'll get your $100 before they ever go after the society.
Yeah. So I have another question to ask you. From what I understand, the government considers the organization their own government. So the government of the U.S. or whichever else government has no business going into the government of the Watchtower to do anything or tell them how to run their. I mean, that's what I've noticed. Is that what you've seen? And is that a scholar or something that blocks them?
It's criminal. Then anybody could start a church and become a criminal and have immunity.
A lot have, and that's what seems to be happening, doesn't it?
But that's not supposed to be the case. Just because you're a religion doesn't give you the right to act as a criminal and not be touched by the government.
The key here is not just.
But it seems to be happening now, right?
Well, because you're a religion. The key here is because they're a corporation, and they've got
corporations are indicted all the time.
Yeah, I know, but it gets tricky.
Individuals have been criminally indicted. Individuals have been put in jail. Individual pedophiles have been criminally charged and put in jail. So there's that.
But
there is that.
But that's that's the base. It's not the organization. It's the organization that's holding on to the thousands of names of pedophiles.
Well, true.
So,
but that was brought out in the court case in out there in California. That's why they paid that $4 million to hold on to the pedophile list. California.
So don't you find that kind of convenient? For $4 million, we get to be left alone because it's like not opening the can of worms. It's not doing what they need.
That was a
So
consequence,
million,
and it should have
so
been more.
They bought their way out of it.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not.
Again, you have to understand. You have to understand. Millions of dollars, 4 million, 10 million, 20 million is nothing to a multi-billion-dollar organization. You have to understand it. I don't think people understand how much money is big money. You know, I think a lot of people think, oh, $1 million, 2 million, 20 million. Oh my goodness. To a multi-billion-dollar corporation, that's nothing. People get distorted in their perception. They think, oh my God, $4 million. Wow, they really got them. No, they didn't. They vacuumed that up off the floor.
Now, were you expecting there to be a criminal outcome after or because of the inquiry of either
somewhere along the line? Because
Australia or London or
sure. What was the purpose of it then? Show. All for show, for nothing. So we watched it. We got the understanding. We comprehended what was going on. And no official anywhere says, well, we have a serious problem here. We have to pursue this. Apparently, they don't feel it's serious enough to pursue.
Correct. We were told, you know, that yes, they're going to give whoever is supposed to receive it, that these criminal or whatever things. But we don't know who it is, if it's the FBI. I'm very ignorant and naive about this. I'm not sure what name we even come up with. But whoever the law officials are that are to handle such things, you know, we didn't get to find out who they were or how they're handling it, which is what you're saying, right?
Well, I don't think they're handling it here. I mean, it seems to me Australia had more of an investigation than the United States has, but yet the card holders are all in the United States.
Yeah, let me break in here, right? I think what Steve is saying here, and the whole premise of his discussion here, is the Watchtower is getting away with murder. That's what he's saying.
Absolutely.
They've got,
and I'm just asking because I'm brainstorming and wanting to learn.
They have got countries coming down on the Watchtower, and they're getting away with it. They're skating. They're sliding right under the door. Nobody's really doing anything. They come on strong. Their actions speak louder than their words. I mean, they're not doing a thing. They're just saying, well, you know, we're going to investigate, but they do nothing. And the Watchtower just gets away with all of this. So that's what Steve's saying. And it's true.
Pretty much.
That's what he's saying. It's true. I mean, I agree with him 100%. So, Apostle Babe,
I
that's
think
good.
we all
yeah.
Into this. But it's like the native son of Boston said, the great comedian George Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it. And that's what's the story there.
Yeah.
Well, then the comedian, George Carlin, and I know what you're talking about, is correct.
Well, anyways.
Is there anything that can be done?
Yeah, I mean,
well,
we can, you know, all of us together here, we got, you know, hundreds of people, thousands of people that listen here through the 6 screens. And, you know, there's other sites too. There's so many other people, Mike and Kim and Lloyd Evans. And, you know, there's thousands of activists for the Jehovah's Witnesses. And, you know, you would think all of us, and we are making somewhat of a difference. I mean, it is putting a little damper on the movement of the Watchtower, but it's not big enough. But I was hoping the nations could come to our rescue. I was hoping the governments could step in here and say, hey, listen, let's investigate. Yeah. And they're not doing it.
Well, that's why I was asking, is that something they would do? Like,
is that an indication of who is on whose side?
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was wondering.
I don't have any knowledge of that, but it's a question.
Well, what Steve,
Yeah.
what you're raising here,
Good
Steve,
question.
what you're raising here tonight, Steve, and not to give anybody false hope or not to in any way be negative on the whole thing, but when you have corruption at the highest level, and we know it exists in the Watchtower, but then also we see it existing in the governments, including ours of late. When you see all of this corruption, I'm beginning to lose hope. Now, I'm not trying to get anybody negative here on this, but when you're fighting so hard and yet you have an organization that is just going to escape any charges that come against them, that they're going to give you the First Amendment is what they're skating on here, and while we're a religion, and it makes me very disappointed that we can fight so hard, but yet everything is so corrupt that it all gets covered over. You know,
If you make a video nowadays and you use the wrong phrase, the wrong terminology, and reference something, your video gets taken down immediately. So, yes, Rick, with your program that's been going on for years, with Mike and Kim, who have done the same in an excellent manner, no one has heard any of their stuff that has rung a bell or caused any alarm with anybody in a position to handle something like this. Like I say, you put a video up today, you say the wrong thing, that video will be taken down by tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And you'll have a strike.
In other words,
strike
we don't get away with
or
stuff.
whatever.
Why are they?
But Mike and Kim have several years. Rick, you have 10 years, 12 years?
16, yeah, 16, yeah.
16, okay. And so this has all been brought out. You brought out a multitude of information. Mike and Kim have definitely brought out a multitude of information. Just between you two alone, there's a case. And nothing gets anybody's attention of responsibility or authority. So I think it's just being ignored in that manner, and will continue to be so.
Yeah, and we're just we're just two little programs, you know, Mike and Kimmy and the 6 screens, and then you got, you know, Lloyd Evans, you've got all of these YouTubers, you've got all of these people that are exposing it, and you would think by now the Watchtower governing body would be behind bars, but they're not, and they're moving right along with the big boys, Steve. They really are. They're in cahoots. There's no doubt. Well, that's a good subject.
And with all,
yeah.
So, well,
it was
for your
good
time,
talking with you, Steve. Thank you.
All right. Well, good. Thank you, Steve, and thank you, Apostle
Bye-bye.
Babe. Apostle Babe, I guess you'll be on vacation tonight, right?
Yes.
Okay. You just take your
But I
time.
had to jump in.
Well,
Yes.
you spend
Thank
the night with your daughter there, and don't you worry. Thank you. Well, anyways.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got well, that was good, Steve. I mean, I have to give him the Nobel Prize tonight. I mean, he brought up something that is very, very interesting and factual. All of the problems the Watchtower has caused for people around the world, all the investigations, not only civil, but even criminal. And these guys skate right out the back door. So he's got a good point with that. Thank you, Steve. Well, you know, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick thought. There was a movie out years ago. I believe the name was Serpico, and he was an honest cop. And the movie brought out that all the cops around him were on the take. They were taking money and so forth, and he wouldn't do it. And he was scorned by his fellow cops. I think it's a microcosm of what's going on. The upper management of the United States government is corrupt. I mean, we know the Hunter Biden laptop and all that stuff, the open borders. It's just so corrupt. We can all see it. But you know what? Nothing ever happens to them. That point we just brought out just a little while ago, the Watchtower's done so many horrible things, money laundering and child, pedophilia and the whole bit. But they don't get touched. It is Satan's system, and Satan takes care of his own. But they'll have a reckoning soon. Thanks, Rick.
Well, yes, they will have a reckoning soon because I have to tell you, Dick, and you know it, and I know it, and everybody listening to this program knows it. You can only get away with something so long. Then something happens. And I believe that's going to happen here to the Watchtower very shortly. And maybe even all of the corruption in the government that we have been seeing as of late. Maybe there'll be a day of reckoning here because a lot of people aren't happy. A lot of people are not happy what they see taking place. It's an unfair world right now. And if anybody feels they're in an unfair world, it would be a person who was a witness and left. That is total unfairness. When you get an organization that will disconnect you from the most important thing in your life, the most valuable thing in your life, which is your friends, your relatives, your children, your mother, your father, that is the essence of life. That is what people live for. That gives people hope. That gives people a good feeling in life. And when you have an organization that comes by and just strips all of those people from you, how heinous and evil is that? I believe the day of reckoning is on the horizon. Well, I got a story this week that really rocked my boat. I enjoyed it. It was a video. And as I searched the internet, did you guys see this story this week about the Pope? Did you see the Pope? He came to Canada and he's apologizing. He came all the way from Rome, flew in his big Pope airplane, got on his Pope mobile, and he visited some of the people in Canada concerning what took place years ago. The Pope was apologizing for what the Catholic Church did to some Canadian citizens, specifically Indian people, and how they were put in orphanages and taken from their children, and they were put in Catholic orphanages, and they were abused physically and sexually. And the Pope made a trip all the way over here to Canada, and he apologized. And when I saw that, I said, well, good for you, Mr. Pope. Good for you, Mr. Pope. But the Watchtower, they are so silent and they're so defiant when it comes to, them dealing with sex abuse. I'm going to play a clip. I'm going to play you a clip here tonight. I want you to hear this little story, and I came across it this week. I want you to hear it. It really got me thinking. So why don't we play the story and get the idea, and then we can kind of talk about it on the other side. So let's get the story up. Let me just make sure that everything is working correct here. Let's get a full screen. Let's play the visit of the Pope to Canada. Let's see what he has to say. Come on. Just give us a second here. We having some issues. Okay, we got that muted. Okay, here is the Pope. Let's go back to the beginning. The Pope in Canada.
In Canada, Pope Francis delivered a historic apology for the, quote, evil committed by so many Christians against indigenous people. His week-long trip centers around his response to the treatment of indigenous children at government-funded schools, the majority ran by Catholics from the 1800s to the 1900s. Chris Livesay is traveling with the Pope.
At the site of a former residential school in the Canadian city of Massachusets, Pope Francis was greeted with sacred drumming and dance, rituals the church once sought to erase. It was here the Pope issued a historic apology to a crowd of thousands, most of them indigenous people.
I am here because the first step of my penitential pilgrimage among you is that of again asking forgiveness.
That apology was met with applause from the crowd, as was this request.
I ask forgiveness.
People were visibly emotional, wiping their tears. The Pope was given a traditional headdress to wear after his remarks. The Pope began the day visiting what is believed to be a graveyard for some of the children who never made it home. For around a century, more than 150,000 Native children were taken from their families to attend government-funded residential schools, most of them run by the Catholic Church. They faced rampant neglect, physical and sexual abuse while being forced to assimilate. Richard Green spent 9 years in a residential school. His parents had also been forced to attend.
An apology won't erase anything. The experience already happened.
The Catholic Church was invested in cultural genocide.
Historian Candida Moss is a professor of theology.
What Pope Francis hasn't done so far is he hasn't admitted that the Catholic Church has a sort of systemic role in the way that indigenous people have been treated in Canada and in the cultural genocide that took place in these institutions of education.
For CBS Mornings, Chris Lipsey, Edmonton, Canada.
Well, what do you think of that? So there's the Pope. So there's the Pope. Let's see if we can. Let's send that. So what do you think of that? I mean, there's the Pope. There is the Pope making a trip all the way from Rome over to Canada to apologize. Now, this really is something I think is very amazing. Is the Watchtower apologizing for any of their wrongdoings and covering up child molestation? I'll give them, I'm not going to become a Catholic, folks. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying I at least give them a pat on the back. The Catholic Church is way more repentant than the governing body. What do you want to say about that? You got somebody on here? Go ahead. You want to comment? Go ahead. If not, I mean, you're making a lot of noise on here. You got your phone unmuted. Let me see who that is. Boy, if you guys could help me out, I mean, that's all I ask every night here that I do the program. If you guys could just mute yourself, it would be so nice if you could do that. So anyways, we got the Pope. He is actually apologizing for the child abuse from years ago. Do we have the Watchtower doing anything like that? The answer is absolutely not. That's the difference. I really want to say kudos to the Catholic Church. I mean, I'm not going to become a Catholic, but I'm saying good for them. Very good for them. So what do you guys think? Do you think that it's kind of fascinating that the Catholics are willing to come out now and they join the Australian redress? They're paying victims off that have been abused in the Catholic Church. You say, well, why aren't the witnesses doing the same thing? So, I mean, the Catholics are a way better example than the Jehovah's Witnesses. That is for sure. What do you think? What do you guys think? Go ahead, let me know.
Hey, Rick.
Yes.
Yeah, I heard that out of all the organizations, even the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts that the Australian Royal Commission did the investigation on, and churches or religious organizations, that the witnesses were the only ones, the Jehovah's Witnesses were the only ones that refused to make a public apology.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right with that, Jeff. They just don't want, they never apologize. The Watchtower never admits they made a mistake. They never apologize. You're absolutely right. And I think that's disgusting.
It is. It really is, Rick.
Yeah. So I got a clip here that I want to play to the audience. Now, here we had the Pope, the head of the Catholic Church. He's coming out and apologizing for the problems, and he's also giving them recompense. He's giving them money. He's giving them money to help them to get on their way because these people have been so hurt. Where is the Watchtower? Where are they helping people? They're not helping people diddly squat. Well, let me do this. Let me share this. I want you to hear Jeffrey Jackson. Oh, my goodness. Governing body member of the Jehovah's Witness. What a disgrace. What a disgrace of a human being. to go before the Australian Royal Commission and lie. And we have a man here that has no feeling at all for the victims that have been abused by the Watchtower. Now we have a pope that made a trip from Rome all the way over here to apologize and give them money. And even if it wasn't the money, the money is not really the important thing. Well, what these victims need is an apology. That goes a long way. If you have been abused by somebody and that person later learned that, it wasn't right what we did or I did, I'm going to go and apologize. That can mean unbelievable happiness to a person. That can make a person come out of a state of depression. It can bring them into a new realm of understanding. Well, my perpetrator, my predator, he apologized. That can mean a lot. Did Jeffrey Jackson do that? I'm going to play you a clip. Listen to this guy. This guy is just, let me put it this way to you. He's arrogant. He's a slippery snake. Let's go with that. Jeffrey Jackson, Australia Royal Commission. You'll hear it. Let's play it right now. Let's get it on the full screen, and we'll play it.
Now, do you recognize, Mr. Jackson, and asking this question, let me make it clear, I'm not suggesting it's peculiar to the Jehovah's Witness organization. There are many organizations in this position. But do you accept that the Jehovah's Witness organization has a problem with child abuse amongst its members?
I accept that child abuse is a problem right throughout the community, and it's something that we've had to deal with as well.
And do you accept that it's presented, I withdraw that, do you accept that the manner in which your organization has dealt with allegations of child sexual abuse has also presented problems?
There have been changes in policies over the last 20 or 30 years where we've tried to address some of those problem areas, and by the fact that we've changed the policy would indicate that the original policies weren't perfect.
And you expose that your organization, including people in positions of responsibility like elders, are not immune from the problem of child sexual abuse.
That appears to be the case.
And do you accept, Mr. Jackson, that many of the efforts that are being made by different people and organizations to highlight the issue of child sexual abuse and try and find solutions are genuine efforts to improve the situation?
I do accept that, and that's why I'm happy to testify.
And that such efforts are not necessarily an attack on your organization or its system of beliefs?
We understand that too.
You tried earlier in your testimony that the work of this Royal Commission is beneficial. Do you accept then that the Royal Commission's efforts are genuine and well-intentioned?
I certainly do. And that's why we came to the Royal Commission hoping that collectively something would come forth that would help us as well as everybody else.
And would you disagree then with anyone who said that the efforts to highlight and deal with child sexual abuse in the Jehovah's Witness Church is engaging in apostate lies?
I guess that's a broad question, because sometimes those who make these accusations make many other accusations as well. But let me assure you, the person making the accusation is not the main thing. The main thing is there some basis to the accusation? And if there is some way that we can improve, the government body is always interested in seeing how we can refine our policies. You see, Mr. Stewart, could I just emphasize, as a religion, two very strong things we do. One is we try to keep a high moral standard, and secondly, there's love among the organisation. So we want to treat victims in a loving way.
Well, there you go. I mean, you heard Jeffrey Jackson, so I wanted to bring that up tonight. I know there's some echoing going on.
Do you want to know how I helped my client,
we're
Dr.
on.
Rick
Hold on one
Romini,
second.
boost
Let me
his
just,
speaking business? Rick is a pastor, author,
Hold on
and
one
speaker.
second.
Today, he's getting speaking gigs right.
Yeah, let me just stop that there. Yeah, what it is, friends, we're on a number of different platforms, so you're going to get some echoing. Here or there, I cannot satisfy everybody. We've got numerous platforms we're broadcasting on. We're trying to work on it. I mean, it takes a feat of engineering, but sorry. I mean, I could block out the video suite. You wouldn't hear anything, and I could stop the echoing on 6 screens on the YouTube. But at least you can hear some. So I'm doing the best I can. That's all I can do. It's we're just a little studio here in my house. But I could block the video. If I've got rid of the video suite, there'd be no problems at all. But I'm trying to accommodate you guys. I know you like the suite. I know you love it, and I love you guys too. But it's because of the suite that we do have some issues with the sound in YouTube and Facebook. But it's okay. We're staying with the suite. But I wish you guys would call up. I really, really do. I'm not going to hank on you guys tonight, but if you guys from the 6 screens video suite could call up, it would be really great. It would make my night. Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my name is Zoltan.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm an ex-Jehovah's Witness. I was raised in an organization, and I found my way out. I had to really fight my way out. A lot of us know what that's like, being raised in an organization. I just wanted to touch on what you've just been speaking about. The organization will never apologize, and here's why. If they apologize for one lie, for just one lie, if they apologize, they will have to apologize for everything else too. And that's not something they're willing to do. They're not willing to give up that kind of power for anything. That's just who they are.
Yeah, so have you been down the 6 screens before? I detect a new voice here.
I never have. I left the organization a few years ago because, being raised in it, there was just a lot of things that didn't add up. Ever since even kindergarten, some of the things that they tried to make me believe, like that people outside of the organization, other children outside the organization could never be my friends because they didn't know Jehovah. Things that didn't make sense like that. Just being raised in things that didn't make any sense. I eventually just found my way out.
Well, good for you, brother.
But I've never spoken out like this before, and I'm so happy that this exists. I'm so happy that you do this. I'm so happy so many other people are a part of it.
Well, I'm so glad that you're speaking up here tonight because people love to hear what you have to say. So did you just wiggle out shortly? How long have you been out?
I've been out for about, I would say, 4 or 5 years. But I didn't really wake up until, I would say, 2 months ago because, the indoctrination, the brainwashing and conditioning was still very strong in me. Even though I left the path, I didn't feel like I could look into any apostate material, so-called apostate material. That's really the truth. I didn't feel like I could look at it.
Well, let me ask you. What would your name be? You don't have to give your real name, but so we can address you here tonight.
My name is Zoltan. Zoltan.
Zoltan. Okay, Zoltan. Okay, fine. Yeah, no, that's a unique name. I never heard that name before. So Zoltan. So Zoltan, what got you out? What was the thing that really rocked your boat, Zoltan?
What rocked my boat, I think, harder than anything else was the difference between what's in the Bible and what the organization teaches their followers to do.
Well, that
I
I
remember
that I like to hear. So, theologically, you saw that they were not correct.
Yeah.
Good.
And there's just no way for me to make it make sense. And when I questioned them about it, there was no way for them to make it make sense for me. And I mean specifically people like my own mother and father. You know, I had no one else to really go to that I thought that I could trust for a good answer. And I never meant to challenge them, of course. I was just honestly concerned and curious about why these things didn't make any sense. And that definitely shook me. But other than that, the other thing that I would mention that shook me really hard is how they deal with people outside of the organization. This us versus them mentality that they really push. That wasn't logical for me.
Well, Zoltan, you get a lot of people. I mean, you're on a number of platforms here tonight. On YouTube, though, boy, people are really happy that you came on here tonight. They're giving you kudos and saying that it's really great that you could come on and talk about these things. We always love to hear new ones coming in. In fact, I want to give you a gift for coming in. I want you to write me, Zoltan. I want you to write me at jwworldnews@gmail.com. jwworldnews@gmail.com. I want to send you a gift. Anyone that comes on new, we get gifts for people. Okay?
jwworldnews.com. .gmail.
At jwworldnews@gmail.com. You got it. So,
all right.
So, we're so glad you're coming in. So, can we ask you where you live?
I live in South Carolina.
South Carolina. Well, that's a good state. We love South Carolina. We got a lot of people coming from South Carolina. But, boy, we're so glad you wiggled your way loose, and more people are doing it. How about some of your witness friends, Zoltan? Are they feeling the same thing you're feeling?
I was cut off from everyone I knew. So I don't know.
So
I don't know if they've woken up.
They have nothing to do with you. I mean, you're being shunned by your parents, your siblings, your relatives. Who are you being shunned by?
I have my mom and my dad, and I have one sister. That's my immediate family in the organization. And then I have one aunt and one grandmother. And all family members within the organization don't deal with me.
They all don't deal with you. I mean, is there anybody that does deal with you?
Not from the organization.
Yeah.
Hey, Zoltan.
Hello.
Hi. You know what, sweetheart? We always get curious about new ones, and Rick gets so excited. God bless his heart. But we understand that it can kind of feel scary to be asked questions. And Rick wants you to feel absolutely welcome. He wants you to know that the Six Streams Forum is a very safe place for you to come to. And if you ever feel uncomfortable about anything, you have every right to say, you know, this makes me feel uncomfortable. But the fact, and this is why Rick is so excited, that you have been listening and you decided to call in, and you're talking to Rick, who has so much love for everyone left in the Watchtower and prays every day and night for those in the Watchtower to wake up. He gets really excited when he hears a new one come on. So I just want to reach out in love and peace and calmness and understanding, letting you know that all of us who hear you, there is nothing, dear brother, there is nothing, Zoltan, that you could say or reveal or experience or share that we would not completely understand, cry with you, side with you, understand with you, and always support you. Just want you to know that. Don't be afraid to not call. You call in all you can, and please hang in there. And every time you have a question or, wait a minute, that doesn't sound right, or what do you mean by that? It's okay. On Rick's Parents Extreme Forum, you can say, I don't agree with that, or what do you mean by that? Or that doesn't make sense to me. This is a free platform of absolute honesty and kinship and understanding. Just wanted to share that with you. And so, Kim, I'm so glad you got out. I'm sorry for the loss of your family. We all understand, but we're here for you. I want you to know that Zoltan completely. We are here for you. Thank you, sweetheart.
Hello.
Go ahead. You're on with us. Say hello to Zoltan.
Hey, Zoltan. Nice to meet you. You sound pretty young. Can I ask how old you are about?
I'm 29.
Oh, wow. You're young. I'm 41. I thought maybe you... I knew you were younger than me. I know you sounded young, but I'm 41. Oh, wow. All right. Well, welcome out, and we'll be praying for you. We know it's hard when you lose your family members, your friends, and everything. We know how hard that is, and that's why a lot of people stay in the Watchtower, because they don't want to lose their, relationship with their families and friends. And it's hard. We all understand that. But you have the courage to come out, even though you're shunned by them. But we'll be praying for you, and we'll be here for you, Anytime you need, something, you can call, And we'll be, do you have Jesus, or are you just not really practicing religion right now?
Indeed.
What?
I said thank you guys so much, and you're right. It's a little overwhelming. I've never done anything.
It's very overwhelming. It's very overwhelming. I had no family in the Watchtower, and I knew how hard it was when nobody was talking to me when I left. And, I can imagine anybody who had their family in that place, how it must be. Crazy. I know, it's terrible.
How I feel about it is whether you have blood relatives in the organization or not, the love bombing and the indoctrination and the brainwashing that they put on you and the way they infiltrate every part of your life, they become your blood family, and you sign you up to die for them too. So it's to the full extent. So I would imagine that you do understand completely how I feel.
I definitely understand, Zoltan. Don't worry, I know I understand.
Well, Zoltan, we've got a number of people. We've got, we're on, like we say, we broadcast on a number of different platforms, and we certainly appreciate Kim coming in and welcoming you. But we've got so many people in the chat rooms that we have here, and they're all welcoming you in here, and they really appreciate you coming on and talking. Could we open up the lines, and would you mind taking some questions?
Of course.
I don't want it to be overwhelming for you, but you don't have to answer all the questions what people would ask, but we always appreciate new ones coming in. We want to get to know you somewhat, Zoltan. So why don't we do this? Is there anybody that has any questions for Zoltan? Now, here he is, a new man that's leaving the witnesses. Come on, let's say hello to Zoltan. What do you want to say to Zoltan? What question do you want to ask him? Go ahead. Well, I'll be the icebreaker here, Zoltan. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, Rick. This is Constance. I just want to say hello, Zoltan. I'm calling from Northern California, and I don't have a question, honey, but I just wanted to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for you coming on tonight. I was going to say it takes a tremendous amount of courage. I'm sure your heart is racing like mine had been the first time I finally had the courage to speak up on the show. But, honey, it's very, very healing. And don't be afraid. I mean, I understand your fear, but you're helping so many people. There's so many people like you, Zoltan, that's listening in. There's even JWs listening in. But don't let that fear you, because you're helping a tremendous amount of people, and PMOs and everybody else. And yet the most beautiful thing about it, sweetheart, is, you're healing your heart. that's what's so beautiful about having the courage to chime in. And, you know, this is your family. I mean, we all lost our families. Trust me, we get it. We've been there, we've done that. So, you know, we all embrace you with a spirit of love. And this becomes like your own new family, so that, you know, people can help you to heal and to move forward. And you can feel very, very good about yourself, honey. You know, as time goes on, I left when I was 28. So I've been out almost 40 years. But the thing is, as you go on, as you leave the organization, a lot of times there's doubts like, oh my gosh, I wonder, you know, that little teeny doubt, Zoltan, that will once in a while pop up in your head, and you'll think, well, I'm wondering, was it really the truth? You know, did I make the right decision? Well, honey, let me promise you, guarantee you, you made 1,000% the right decision. Because as you stay on this show and you learn and learn, you know, I've always said to Rick, I've said to the audience, we truly are the ones that are blessed, because we are really the ones that woke up and we regained our life and we empowered ourselves. I mean, slavery of any kind, especially slavery in your mind, is still slavery. It's still bondage and oppression. So, honey, congratulations, you know, for leaving. I know it's very difficult, but we all really love you, and you're helping a lot of people. And come back on again. So thank you, Zoltan.
I say something, Rick?
Oh, sure. Go ahead.
How do you say your name, sir? Zoltan?
Zoltan. Yeah, you said it right.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure. Constantine, that was just speaking before. I don't know how long ago it's been, Rick. How long have I been on this call? It's been.
Well, you've been on for 10 years.
10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I came out, when I was waking up a long time ago, but I didn't have the courage because I was afraid of losing I was born in, and I had 4 other siblings. My parents became witnesses in their shortly after they got married. So they'd been in it a long time. And so when I was born, or I'd say when I was in the womb, my mom was getting baptized. And so that's the life we grew up in. And so then the rest of my siblings were raised in that belief system. So life goes on, you know, and you eventually get married and stuff like that. I married a witness. And when you know something at your core is not correct, it's not truth. And you wonder, why am I feeling this way? You know, and like Constantine was saying, is that we were taught that if you have doubts, that's Satan trying to put those in your head. So you're taught to ignore anything else other than what the governing body is putting out in the literature. When I finally couldn't shake what I was feeling inside, but I knew if I go further with this, it would jeopardize my marriage, my daughter, being with my daughter, and I decided to move forward. I did my own, I guess you would say, private investigation. I went on a journey that took me almost 3 years of researching the Watchtower history from its beginning with Russell, Judge Rutherford, all the way up. And you start to see the flip-flops. You start to see this is just basically, especially after Charles Taze Russell died, you see where Judge Rutherford comes in, and it's more of authoritative control. And you see the Watchtower's kind of taken that ever since then. It's controlled the members, it's brainwashing, it's all kinds of stuff. But I lost my family, and my parents shunned me. I didn't even get disfellowshipped because the elders just thought, because I wasn't talking to the congregation, I wasn't talking to anybody in there about my feelings. I was only talking to my mom and my dad. Well, the elders chose not to, which is kind of bizarre. All the stories you hear about, the elders decided not to accuse me of being an apostate, but my parents did. And I lost my wife. My daughter's 12 now. I'm just now getting this relationship back, but I lost her for since she was 4 is when everything kind of dissolved. But I guess what I have to say to you that's encouraging is that when I discovered 6 Screens and what Rick, his shows that he had, and the people that were on there like Constantine and different ones, I am so grateful. I've been so blessed because what they shared, it helped me realize when you feel all alone, you feel like, what did I just do? What choice did I just make that cost me this? You have, like Constantine was saying, you have a family here that loves you unconditionally. That is way different than what we grew up with because everything was based on conditions. If you do this, the brothers and sisters will love you. But the moment you do something outside of Watchtower thinking or you're questioning, you're doing something, that family's gone. They abandon you. They shun you. You won't experience that here. You will not experience that here. We'll love you unconditionally. And you know what? We all learn and grow from each other. And that's the beauty of it is I don't know it all. But I can get on this call and learn from different people, and it just encourages you to keep that drive. Let's move forward. There is life after the Watchtower. And I'll say 2 things to you. If you haven't done this already, picture in your mind's eye, you see the Watchtower, you take your power back, and you reclaim your identity. When you become one of Jehovah's Witnesses, you lose your identity. You're their slave. You're their people. You don't have an identity outside of that. So when you leave, if you want to heal as fast as you can and move forward, just take back your power, reclaim your identity. Brother, I know we don't know each other, but I love you. You got a family here, and I know between all of us, we can get through anything. Thank you, brother, for coming on. Appreciate you.
I love you too. Thank you.
Well, there you go, Zoltan. I mean, we got a good audience listening in here tonight. They always love it when new ones come in. So what I'm thinking here, Zoltan, is you've been out for a little bit. You are being shunned. You're feeling the hardcore effects of the Watchtower. Do you have any friends at all that are showing signs of wanting to leave?
I'm not in contact with anybody in the organization.
You're not. So, boy, you are kind of like in a real difficult position, Zoltan. So I'm so glad you can call in here tonight and get some reinforcement and some encouragement. How'd you find out about us? I'm just curious.
Well, in the process, when I became brave enough to start investigating the real truth behind the Watchtower, and I began to look at all the things that they forbid us to look at, I came across several support groups, a lot of people that have cross-referenced and done a lot of research into the history of Watchtower. And then, in the midst of all of it, I came across the 6 Screens, and I was amazed. I was amazed at the information that all these people are bringing to the table. I'm amazed at what you're doing, being basically a conduit for all of this. And I couldn't help but be excited and want to chime in eventually.
Well, thank you for saying that. Because what I try to do here, and I work feverishly hard to get people to call in. That is the whole nature of what we do here. And that's what makes me happy. And you calling in here tonight, you really made my night. You really did. I have people that listen to this program for 16 years that have never called in. They listen, but they never call in. And how happy I would be if we could get some of these people calling in, because that's what makes the program interesting, to hear live people coming in and talking. So Zoltan, I have to tell you sincerely that you have made this a rockin' awesome night when new ones call in. Now, what would you want to say, Zoltan? You know, we've had people asking you questions, but I'm going to give you the floor here. Go ahead and speak to us. What do you want to tell us?
Gosh, I don't know where to begin. It's this is surreal to actually be doing this right now. And as some of the other callers that have talked to me already have said, this is radically different from how I was raised. Radically. This is unlike anything I've ever experienced, in the best way possible. It means everything to me that this exists, that things like this exist. This is the first step to me really piecing myself back together, because like was just stated before, Watchtower takes your identity from you. And if you're raised in the organization, then you have no identity from the get-go. And, you know, I've had to go through that journey a little bit myself. You know, everything that I've done since I've left my family, walked out of the house, has been about trying to figure out who Zoltan is. And it has been hard, but it has been rewarding. And this is probably one of the most rewarding parts of it right now, tonight.
Well, that's I mean, does it make you feel better, Zoltan, speaking up and getting some of the stuff off your chest?
I can't get everything off my chest in one night, I don't think, but it does.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
Well, you know, it's so amazing that at least you're checking in with us here. But I have to tell you, there's a lot of power in just letting people know how you have been affected by this evil organization. Just you coming on and saying that, you know, you left the Watchtower got our audience very excited. That's what they like to hear. And I'll tell you what, there's so many like you right now. Yeah, you're not the only one. There's thousands of Jehovah's Witnesses right now leaving the organization. And, you know, even your relatives and friends. And I want you to know, Zoltan, that you're going to have, you just give it a little bit of time. And some of these folks that were very close to you and aren't talking to you now, you give it some time and they'll be talking to you very soon. We are looking at an organization in free fall. They are getting so much bad press. Witnesses are hearing about some of this stuff like you. So you just give it some time. I know it's very hurtful to have, you know, your family not wanting to speak to you or talk to you. That's about one of the worst things you can get in life. But give it some time, go slow with it, and they'll be listening in. Who wants to say hello to Zoltan? Go ahead, you're on with us. Go ahead.
Hi. This is Linda. Hi. I just wanted to tell you that you are right where you belong right now. That this journey that you're on, that is your own individual journey, you're right at the place you're supposed to be, and that trying to discover who you are is something I myself am wanting to do all the time too. And you're right, the organization doesn't let us, because we put on the new personality, which is basically, in my view, a suit that's a one size fits all. So it doesn't always fit us. It's pretty uncomfortable if you ask me. So of course I was not successful in wearing that suit when I was growing up. And I love the fact that you said certain things didn't make sense, and that you couldn't make sense of them, and others didn't make sense of them. So you're already doing what is called critically thinking, which is something in your nature that you already naturally have. And that's beautiful, in my opinion. That's beautiful. And if you want to know more about your own identity, one of the ways to do that is to pursue some of your own self-interest, whatever they may be. If you like bowling or motorcycles or basketball or singing or going to the opera, something that you are interested in, kind of go check it out. And when you pursue your own self-interest, you're developing your own identity. And sometimes when you pursue something that you think you're interested in, and you show up and all of a sudden you realize, yeah, no, I thought I was going to like that, but never mind. And that's just how it's going to be in your journey of you developing your authentic self. So you are right where you're supposed to be, darling.
Thank you so much. And I'm glad you said that, because I have pursued something that I think is very important to me, that I was, most witness children, most witnesses, period, are forbidden from doing, and that's martial arts. That's always been something I was interested in.
Oh, you go, hon. You go. That is an art. You go with that. Yes. I'm thrilled, and I don't even do sports, okay? I don't do martial arts or nothing. I'm just like so thrilled you're going to go check it out.
No, I've got more than checked it out. I'm a self-taught sword, and I've been practicing for a number of years. I started in secret.
Oh, good for you. Okay. Well, I'm wondering if, you starting beforehand to develop your own identity might not have helped you in the process of trying to make sense of things. Because in my belief, the whole purpose of making sure we can't do this or we can't do that, we can't celebrate holidays, these are all things that would help us develop our independent and unique personality. So they have to squash those things. If we're doing holidays, we're going to be with people in the family that might not be witnesses. That's kind of dangerous, for the mindset of a witness. We can only associate with other witnesses. So in my mind, sure, there was pagan origins, and there's things that are pagan origins that the Watchtower has no problem with. In my mind, my opinion is that these things have been forbidden so that we do not grow as an individual. And you have already started it. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's so beautiful. And what you get to do now is make mistakes and make good choices, and either one is going to be okay. You're going to get your consequences. You make a mistake, you get a consequence, and that's how you learn. It's really okay, because that's how you're going to gain your wisdom. You're going to make good choices, and you're going to get your good choices consequences.
Thank you so much.
Who is this?
Hey, Zoltan.
Good talking to you. I'll let you go.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, Zoltan?
I can hear you.
Yeah. When I left Watchtower, I was going to say I got into Ish and Rue. What type of martial arts did you get into?
I practice sword combat, primarily with a katana. So I practice, to be honest, many different sword types.
Okay.
I with that, but I primarily use a katana and something called a wakizashi as a companion blade.
Okay. Yeah, they had a night for that too, and that was after I left Watchtower. When I went on a dojo floor, I was just terrified. I thought I was going to be struck down with lightning. It did, because I was there. Because that's so taboo for Watchtower. But I was going to encourage you, sir, is please do your research
on this organization. Anytime you get depressed or you get to where, oh my God, they may be right and what have you, just research their false Armageddon predictions. There's like 7 of them in the last century. And,
I know.
And,
there are many.
yeah, it's just, and then they change their literature to cover it up all the way through the years, you know, and study the Australian Royal Commission, you know, they're a totally false organization. They brainwash people, they control people, and it's not for your good. And I'm sorry about your family members and what you're going through about shunning. I never was shunned. My family wasn't involved. I was dumb enough to get into the organization, and it traumatized me for years when I left. So I can only imagine what it's done to you. So that's coming from my heart, and I just hope you know, just do your research, and you know, when you get depressed, and I truly believe a lot of these people that are in are going to come out, and they're going to realize this is a nasty organization. It's a nasty cult disguised, a nasty corporation disguised as a cult, you know, and they have been for years, and they're trying to change their methods, but it's not working. And anyway, that's all I got to say, sir. And good luck to you.
Thank you.
Well, Zoltan, I want to thank you very much for coming on and being with us tonight. Boy, it took a real lot of courage to be able to come on and speak with us. Thank you, Zoltan. Now, don't you be a stranger, all right?
I won't. I think I'm going to stay
Good.
keep watching tonight.
Wow, we've got, are you watching on YouTube? Are you just coming in through the telephone line or what?
Well, I started watching your live broadcast on YouTube, and then your number popped up, and I was like, I'm going to go ahead and call. I'm going to go ahead and see what this is about.
Well, excellent. Well, I have to really tell you, that is what, and I told you earlier too, but that's what really makes me feel happy when we have people call in like yourself. Thank you so much for coming in, Zoltan. Now, don't be a stranger. Come back and see you soon, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All righty. Well, there you go. What do you think about that? Boy, oh boy, it's amazing. We have new ones coming in every week here lately, and we're so happy to hear all about that. And boy, Zoltan, unbelievable. Actually, there's so many too that are listening in here tonight. They're not calling in, but I'm looking at a full screen of people calling in from all over America, all over the world, really. And I'm so amazed. I mean, a lot of them are active witnesses. They don't want to. I wish I could show you my computer screen right now, but I wouldn't do that. Somebody one time got upset because I showed my computer screen of the people calling in. I won't do that. But I can tell you there's a lot of people that are calling in here tonight, and they're not speaking up. These are PMOs. These are people who are leaving the Watchtower. They're kind of inhibited like anybody would be. But Zoltan, he cut the cord. He said, that's it. I've had enough. I'm going to come on and talk. But we have so many people right now that are listening in on the 6 Screens telephone line, and they'd like to speak up, but, you know, they're a little inhibited. But I want you to know I got a voice changer. I have got a voice changer here, and I can change your voice. If you wanted to come in and you don't want your voice to be heard, well, I'm going to show you how that works, but I can make you sound, if you're a man, I can make you sound like a woman. If you're a woman, I can make you sound like a man. If you just want to sound like a baby, I can make you sound like a baby. I mean, I got some software here. I can do this now. So I'm saying if anybody would like to call in tonight, we'll put you on the voice changer. I mean, I know what happens. I mean, this is why when you do a radio broadcast like this, you know, concerning Jehovah's Witnesses And this is one of my biggest feelings and thoughts when I first started doing this program. How can you get people to talk up when they know darn well that they could be shunned? They could be disfellowshipped for speaking up on the 6 screens. But I do have the voice changer. You want to be a baby? You want to be a woman? If you're not a woman, I'll make you a man. I can do whatever you like. You let me know. I'll bring you on the voice changer. So I'll give you a little sample. I'll give you a little sample of what it's like. I'll speak up. Now just listen here closely. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Rick Farron, and I want to tell you that you can come the voice changer. So there you go. So there's a little sample. So, you know, I can do that if you like. I mean, a lot of you guys, you're very afraid to come on, but, you know, we got the voice changer. So by all means, let me know if you want to come on that, and we'll bring you on that. Well, you're on the 6 Screens Telenetwork. Friends, we are getting out there. We're getting more and more people that are wanting to come in and say hello to us. We just had one on just a few minutes ago, Zoltan. Boy, it's amazing.
Hello, Mr. Fern.
Yes, Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to everybody tonight. I was listening to the program. I got most of it with interest, and I'm really happy to what I've heard tonight. I'm really happy about all the calls that we're getting in. I didn't get in myself a lot of times because we had a lot of calls, and that really makes me happy, does my heart a lot of good, and I'm happy to see that a lot of people don't believe. You know, I'm really happy to see that we're making points here in regarding to getting people out of this Watchtower, because I think that this is going to be the only way that we're going to get something done, because as been mentioned repeatedly in the program, which I would have commented on, but it was already covered, we find these governments and everything like that corrupt, and we find they announce that there's going to be investigations on certain things, but very little is done. So, but I can tell you one thing for sure, that we the people can make a difference if we get together, because as the founding fathers of the U.S. Constitution, when they formed the government, it was supposed to be by we the people with certain inalienable rights, you know, and the right to pursue happiness and so forth. And the Watchtower has been violating our civil rights and human rights and constitutional rights for all these years, over 100 years and so forth. It's time to put a stop to them and any other organization like that, because I want to see our constitutional rights restored, and I want to see these organizations that put themselves above the laws of the land, put themselves above the Constitution of the U.S., and put themselves above the laws of God and make themselves God themselves. I want to see them brought down. I want to see our freedom of religion, you know, reestablished here, and I want to see our freedom restored.
Well, I mean, that sounds good to me, Ken. I mean, let's get the freedom restored. It's not, we're heading in the wrong direction. We really are.
Well, I'd like to make out another point right now, but I'd like to make out another point. This is going to be it. For one thing, a lot of people don't realize it. I guess I never thought about it for a while, but the Watchtower Society is getting their doctrines and everything like that right from the socialists, National Socialist archives, and they're implementing socialism in the form of religion, and they're imposing on the people. Now, they're not the only ones. There's other ones doing it too. So that's why we've got to all get together and so forth and put a stop to it. So I'll say good night to everybody right now, and I think we got another caller coming.
Well, don't go too far, because I got to, in fact, you just said something that got my attention, Ken.
Okay.
So you think the Watchtower is promulgating socialism?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Just take a look and see how the socialists take over a government and so forth, and take a look and see how they govern things and everything like that, and take a look and see how the Watchtower governs their organization. You know, they've been compared a lot of times on the program to the Nazis and so forth. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, they're implementing a form of religious socialism, and they're trying to impose it on the people. And we've got, and that's unconstitutional and everything like that. And so we need to put a stop to them.
Well, good for you. No, I agree with you, Ken. Thank you very much for coming in from the Northern Peninsula of Michigan. Well, it looks like we
Upper Peninsula of Michigan. You have a good night. Now, I think we got another caller coming in.
Yeah, we got a woman first, though. We do have a good woman coming in, I think, from Connecticut. I think I know who she is. Go ahead. You want to speak up? Is that Carrie?
Yes, it is.
All right.
You know how I am when it comes down to saying the things that are on my mind, Rick. And I just want you to remember that I'm going to speak for the people not only in the suite, on Facebook, on YouTube, and if I got them all covered in the suite. You have also the people on the phone. You have a wonderful program, and you have a lot of people that speak up. And I just want to, on their behalf, the ones that are not speaking up, well, they're here and they're listening, and you gotta appreciate these people. You know, no pressure, no pressure. They will speak when they feel that they can. But this is my thoughts. We have this conversation every once in a while.
No, I got you with that, and I know they pick on me in the sixth grade.
I'm gonna pick on you every chance I get.
Yeah,
Rick.
no, they do, but it's okay. I love you, Carrie. You're a good woman. I love everybody in the sixth grade video suite. They don't think I do. But I get, they're like my brothers and sisters. They've been here. It's like family in the sixth grade video suite. And I'm saying, come on, guys. Why are you picking on me? Why are you picking on me? They pick.
Well, because first of all, I haven't been typing or anything. It's hard for me to see and everything. So I just kind of sit back and listen. But the problem is you want to know if there's problems either on YouTube or Facebook or in the suite if people can't hear. We're not complaining. We're just letting you know so you can either fix it or ignore it. But so every once in a while you take offense, and you really shouldn't.
Well, no,
they're not being fresh or anything like that. They're just trying to let you know.
All right. Well, I'll take that, and I'll apologize if that's the case. But sometimes I get a feeling that people are picking on me, Carrie. I'm not. No. Okay.
So, now, come on now. We're all grown up here now.
All right. Well, I want to do this for you because you came out of the video suite and talked tonight. I want to send you a gift. I've got some boxes of chocolates here that are from that are from Belgium, and I want to send you a box of chocolates. You're one of my favorite people. You do fantastic. You come in here. I want to send that to you. That'll make me feel so good. So by all means,
I'll tell you what. You and I are friends on Facebook. I will go to Messenger and give you my address.
Yeah, give me the address, and I'm going to send you a nice box. You'll take every bite and say, "I love the sixth grains." Yeah.
Oh, I've been here for quite a while.
I know
my
you
daughter
have been,
introduced me to sixth screens, and I kind of bucked it for a while, and I said, nah, I kind of gave that up, and but she was here for a little while. She left, and I stayed. So, and here I am. But I like to speak up for the people once in a while. You have a wonderful show. You've got a lot of people calling. You've got people listening, and that's the most important part. They're listening. So, you know, don't get frustrated. Eventually they will speak if they do, but appreciate the fact that they are here. You could have an empty screen right now, you know, and you don't. You have people talking to one another on Facebook. Maybe there's not a lot of them on there right now, but still, you know.
Well, I want to tell you that I'm going to go a little easier. I mean, you're a good representative, and I'm going to go a little easier. But I look at you guys, and just to explain to people that are listening in on Facebook, on Twitch, or some of the other networks that we're on, we have our own private network here. We call the Six Queens Video Suite. And the people on the suite, you know, we all have been knowing each other for a long time. So they're like, you know, family. And at time,
absolutely.
Yeah, I know. I have to say that. So sometimes I take the liberty to, come on, you guys, cut me some slack. But I get it. I get it. So I'll apologize if I offended.
You know what it is, Rick? It's the tone of voice. We don't have it. I've said this for years and years and years. Way back, people will say something, and because there's no tone of voice in the suite, you might take offense at what somebody says. But you know, we care about this. We're here every darn week.
Yeah.
So you know. And we care about the features and everything. And if something's not working, we're going to tell you.
All right. Well, no, I think they should make you the president of the Six Queens Video Suite. I mean,
I only call, maybe I call up to represent.
Well, thank you.
That's the way I am.
Thank you for stepping out of the ring tonight. You sent me the email. I got a delicious box of chocolates.
No emails. Mine got lost in the shuffle.
Okay, we'll take it from Facebook.
So we'll play with Facebook Messenger.
All right, that's good. Your chocolates are on the way, my girl. Thank you, Carrie.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll be looking for them.
All right. Good.
Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Bye, Rick.
Well, there you go. So that's Carrie. You know, yeah, go ahead, sir. Yep. Hey, go ahead.
No, go ahead and finish, Rick. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, go ahead, Daniel. Go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll try to sum. You have a show coming up?
Actually, what we don't do, I mean, if someone wants to come in, I'm going to put the word out right now. Aposta Babe, she's a wonderful woman. I mean, really, she's an amazing lady, Linda James. She will not be coming on tonight because she has her, well, she's on a little vacation. Let's go with that. So, anyways, if anyone wants to come on and kind of work her program tonight, Daniel or anyone else that would like to come on and work with Daniel, I'll leave it open. Get your co-host.
Yeah, I would love to, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, in fact, I was trying to get a hold of some people, but I couldn't get a hold of them today. I tried, but they didn't answer. But if you'd like to come on, Daniel, or if anyone would like to come on with Daniel and be his co-host, oh, I love that.
I would like to say this. I would love if Zopan has, I don't know what his schedule is for the evening or if he's already off the line. I would love for him to come back on, and I think we could have some great conversations.
Well,
if he's available.
Well, there's a lot. What it is, Daniel, is we have had an unusual amount of traffic coming in the last couple of weeks, and I don't know what it is. I think it might be many Jehovah's Witnesses, of course, getting online, listening to the convention, and they're sick of it. And we're going to check some other things out where we're online. I think that's where a lot of people are coming in. So we'll get you hosting.
Can I share something with you?
Of course you can.
This is okay. This is what I feel. Others can disagree, whatever. This is just my perception, okay? In the last 2 to 4 years, there has been awakening spiritually, not just with Jehovah's Witnesses, but across the globe. People are starting to, maybe they're in some churches and they have an outline of they can in some way form kind of like Jehovah's Witnesses. They control the people. It's kind of like you don't have free will to question, to feel, to think what is truth. How we were raised as Jehovah's Witnesses, and initially when I started to feel this, if this makes any sense, I thought, well, it's just because I was raised a Jehovah's Witness, and we know the mind control, we know all of that. And so there's awakening in the organization. There's people leaving, especially, I would say, and I've even noticed this with your shows, in the last 2 years, we've had more and more people speaking up, coming out, which you've always wanted. It's like, you say you reap what you sow. Well, you built this platform, and now look at it grow. It's like your baby is it's growing. People are coming in, people are sharing their stories, and that's what you've always wanted, and that's the beauty of it. But it goes far beyond that. People are spiritually hurt across the globe, and it's not just Jehovah's Witnesses. So I would not be surprised the way you marketed things, and other people maybe never been Jehovah's Witnesses, but they see the YouTube videos, but they correlate, they see the similarities. They, like, whether they were Mormon or whether they were Seventh-day Adventist or whatever, they see the similarities. I'm not going to be surprised if we start having more and more people that have never been Jehovah's Witnesses, but they're desiring to be healed spiritually. They want that connection. They want to know that they're not alone, that they can heal. I think that's coming, Rick. I really do feel that. I'm not to sound silly, but I feel it. I see it. I don't know what you think about it.
Well, no, in fact, I do agree with what you're saying. We're just trying to cross over. Right now, we have a niche network. It really only is, it really only discusses Jehovah's Witness information. But I'm starting to see we're getting more and more people coming in that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, and they're starting to speak up and even talk to us. I'm getting emails from people that are not witnesses listening in. So we're crossing over.
I'm not out of my mind. You're
seeing
that too.
Yeah, I'm seeing it too. You're not out of your mind. No, we're seeing it. As a matter of fact, tomorrow's program on Sunday, I'll give a little plug for that. We start tomorrow at 12 noon. And what I'm finding is people coming in on our Sunday program, then they're not always Jehovah's Witnesses. It's more of a Christian setting. So I think that's good. I really do. And even here tonight, I'm looking at, I wish I could show you my control panel, but people get all upset when I do it because they said, don't show the panel. Someone might pick up on who's calling in. But I'm looking at a panel here tonight, which is really filled with people coming in from all over the country, all over the world, Daniel, and they're listening in. Now, many don't want to speak up. I don't know who all of these people are, but they're listening in here tonight. So isn't that amazing?
It is amazing. It's beautiful. It's, Rick, there is truly a spiritual awakening going across the globe. You look at what's going on with Russia, Ukraine, that's a global effect. That's affecting all of us. The people are, you look at 9/11. After 9/11, this is not even just Jehovah's Witnesses, but we did hear these things. People were returning to the kingdom halls. out of fear, out of like, oh, like maybe this is Armageddon. People were going back to church. Certain events cause people to awake and think, okay, is it this or that? You may not be going the right path, but what's shifted, I believe, is people realize spirituality is not religious. Religion is going to a church, accepting whatever you're being taught, and just tell me what I got to do and I'll follow it. Spirituality is the Bereans in the Bible that I don't even know why the Watchtower would even bring this up and not see the significance in this. The Bereans question why. It's kind of like a spiritual baby. Why, Daddy? Why, Mom? Why is this? Christians today typically just go to a church, go to a building, and accept and want to be told what to do. They don't want to think about it. The spiritual awakening is the people that are asking questions now. They don't want to be fooled. They're tired of, it's kind of like the politics in the world today. People are getting fed up with that, but you take that to a spiritual level, that's where the awakening is happening. Things are going to shift in a massive way. And if you kind of look at your program, if we continue like so many people that are on this call do, is show love, show unconditional love, make people realize, I shouldn't say use the word make, help people realize they're safe. They're safe to share. They're safe to express what they've gone through and what they feel now. Like there is no judgment, because there isn't. That helps them now let go. They realize they're not alone in their journey. They have all of our support, and they can heal faster than what we did, you know? And that's the beauty of it, is because there are so many people on this call, Rick, that you created that have already paved the road. So when I came on, it helped me heal faster. And so you continue down that path, is you bring people in and we realize we all heal together. We might heal in a different way. We might went through different situations, but we all have something in common. We were brainwashed. We were controlled.
Well,
and
there
now
you go.
we have freedom.
Well, there you go, Daniel. I mean, I couldn't
So
have said it
thank you,
better.
Rick.
I couldn't have said it better than that. So why don't you hang in here for a few minutes and we'll get the program started, and you can kind of handle the program tonight. And look at Apostle
Thank
Babe
you,
will
Rick.
not be on, but we got Daniel coming on. Is there anybody else out there that would like to co-host the program? Here's your chance to become a
I would be honored.
Well, who is this?
You never heard of me.
Well, I never did, Dick. I didn't know you were still awake. My goodness, I'm glad you're up.
Who is this?
Yeah, it's Dick Borgia, and I just want to say, Daniel.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Carl.
Well, I'm sorry. Your voice sounded different for a minute, so I was like, it sounds like Dick, but is it Dick?
No, but you're spot on. You know, I just recently watched a movie on Scientology, and all the tricks that they use is there's so many parallels to what the Watchtower is doing. And not only that, the Amish and Scientology, the Mormons, they all use the same trickery. They use your family against you. You better stay in this organization. You better support this organization, or we're going to take your family away. And it's such a diabolical way of doing things. It's horrible. But people, you know, they just don't question things. They just, well, you know, if the Watchtower says it, you know, that it has to come from Jehovah. But as alluded to earlier in the program, if you do a real deep search on Jehovah's Witnesses, all the false prophecies, all the scams, miracle wheat, and all the stuff that they have done over the years. God, how did I get fooled? But I guess for me, it was like just watching TV. I just sat there and took it all in. I guess I believe from the get-go that our Heavenly Father directs one organization, and that's Jehovah's Witnesses. So everything that is said to me has to be the truth. Even though 1975 made me scratch my head. Hey, wait a minute. This is the biggest event in human history. This event is much bigger than the Final Four. It's much bigger than the World Series, the Super Bowl. It's more important than, the Black Death and all the wars that we've had. This is the number one event in human history, and we know it's going to happen. October 1975 absolutely had to happen because Jehovah was telling his anointed, and the anointed were telling the governing body, and the governing body was putting it out. So we knew it was a fact. And you know what? When it didn't come, it's like nobody even talked about it. I mean, can you imagine if you're a football fan and you got Super Bowl and you got some friends coming on over and you're cooking up broths or whatever, steaks, and get your beers ready to go. And then all of a sudden, there's no Super Bowl. And nobody says anything. They, the stadium had an earthquake and we can't use the field. And somebody said, nobody said zero. But I really did like your comments earlier. Yep. It's a cult, and you know what? If you listen to Six Screens, and I'm hoping Zoltan's still on, if you're still, just listen to the Six Screens every single Saturday night. Listen to Rick's program on Sundays. You'll get spiritually built up. And I think he said he lived in South Carolina. Well, I just bought a house in North Carolina, and I live right on the South Carolina border. So if you're close to me, I'd sure like to drive down and have lunch with you. And if you're still listening, you can give Rick a call, or Rick can call me. So, okay, that's my monologue. Dan, go ahead. Anything you want to do?
Well, Dan, what we'll do is I'm gonna end this program here shortly, and then what we'll do is we'll bring you guys on. And my goodness, if anyone else wants to join in for the threesome, we've got Daniel, and we have Dick Borgie. Would there like to be somebody else that would come on and join in and be the host of their program tonight, Healing After the Watchtower? If anyone would like to do that, by all means, we're going to give you the shot to do it. So let's see what happens. So I'm just going to bring up one more story here, and then we're going to go to Healing After the Watchtower. But there is one story that I wanted to address here tonight that I think is it's fascinating to me. As a matter of fact, it's very disgusting to me, to be honest with you. And it's how helping Ukrainian Jehovah's Witness refugees really looks like. Now, of course, the Watchtower paints a picture that, we're helping the refugees. We're bringing in food. We're doing everything we can to help all the refugees from Ukraine coming into Poland. It's all a bunch of malarkey. We have a Jehovah's Witness man that has given me information here at the Six Screens from Ukraine. He's a Ukrainian Jehovah's Witness. And he gave me some information that tells the real story behind what's going on in Ukraine and the Jehovah's Witnesses. Of course, if you get on jw.org, they're going to tell you, it's so amazing. We're helping so many Ukrainian Jehovah's Witnesses, and we're giving them food and help. Don't believe all that propaganda, because that's all it is propaganda. So this man's giving me the real skinny, and I really want to thank him. He's an ex-elder, and he's now, well, he's actually in Poland, I should say, right now, and he's giving us the other side of the story. And he's saying that when the war started in Ukraine, the Ukrainians started, well, of course, the Ukrainians, they started to rush to the borders of Poland and other countries to get out of Ukraine. The Russians were coming in, so they had to get out. So people started to organize, and hundreds of cars went to the border to bring the refugees to safety. So if you can just imagine this, okay, you're in Ukraine. So you got the countries, Poland would be the main country here, but there were others surrounding Ukraine. So a lot of people would come with their cars right to the border of Ukraine in Poland in this particular case, and they would help bring the refugees to safety as soon as they cross the border. Get in my car, I'll take you to safety. I'll give you some food, I'll help you. At every border crossing, you could find tents with hot food and basic items that the refugees coming from Ukraine would need. I mean, obviously, think about it. You know, the Russians are coming in, they're forcing you out. So you're leaving with basically nothing. Maybe your kids in your arms and a couple of bags of whatever. And so now you need help. And so you're going to the border of Poland and other countries. And what this man who gave me information here at the 6 screens was telling me is that the Jehovah's Witnesses were not showing any love at all. The only ones that were showing love were really the worldly people, as he said. The world displays true love for neighbors, where the Jehovah's Witnesses weren't doing that. The refugees received food and water and other needed things that they needed. And who do they get this from? Well, not from the organization, that they got it from worldly organizations and churches. So the Watchtower bragging governing body, as they always do, they are bragging about how they're helping the needs of all of those Ukrainian refugees, specifically Jehovah's Witnesses. They're not helping anybody else. So, yeah, this man is really disturbed over that. And he is a Jehovah's Witness man. He's a PMO. And he's saying that the Jehovah's Witnesses, they didn't do diddly squat. Now, just to give you some numbers here, he's saying the Jehovah's Witnesses helped 7,000 brothers. I mean, okay, that's good. But that's just their own group. They helped Jehovah's Witnesses, 7,000 brothers and sisters who were leaving Ukraine. But then he says the whole country had 300,000 refugees. So who was helping them? Well, it wasn't the Jehovah's Witnesses. I mean, they were only accepting people who were Jehovah's Witnesses. But he was saying here that the world displays really true love for the neighbors. The people in Poland, they didn't care what religion you were, who you were. You're a refugee. We're going to help you. Come to my house. We'll give you food. We'll put you up. So all of these Ukrainian refugees, they were helped by people other than Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, Jehovah's Witnesses, obviously, as they got into Poland and other countries surrounding the border of Ukraine, Jehovah's Witnesses would help with them, but they would not help other people. So is that really true Christianity? I mean, are you going to start splitting hairs? Well, we'll help Jehovah's Witnesses, but we're not going to help other people. So I wanted to bring that story up tonight because it was interesting. And I thank that man for giving me the information. And I wanted to share it with you guys tonight. What do you think?
Rick,
yes,
it's very powerful what you just said, because I think I shared this before on the 6 screens. When the pandemic of COVID hit, I was connected with this woman that we had developed a relationship. She was still a Jehovah's Witness. Her brother was an activist. He left the Watchtower. So I had known him for some years, and he introduced me to his sister, but was still a Jehovah's Witness. I'm like, do I want to get involved with, somebody that's still in that mindset? But what is fascinating about this, and it correlates to what you're talking about. So let's just move forward on up. So COVID hits. You know how we had a mask mandate across America, and but our grocery stores didn't shut down. We still could go and get groceries. In Lagos, Nigeria, and you can Google this, their government, when the pandemic hit hard there, they shut down the markets and everything. There was no, you could not go and get food. So if whatever you had in your house, you're going to have to figure out how to survive. So now here, this is the girl that I was talking to. Her mom was a Jehovah's Witness. They were all raised in this. So they go, at this point, they're meeting almost kind of like a book study. They're meeting in homes and only having, I think, 6 people. The way they split it up is, I don't think there's any more than 8 people in a home. I think it was more like 6. So the mom of the woman that I was talking to, she was very active as a Jehovah's Witness. She goes to a house where they're having a meeting. I think it's before Zoom started, or right before that. And when she gets there, she's seeking out also because they were running out of food. And the brother that was in charge said that they got permission from the Watchtower Society. Now, there's something else you got to realize. There was a, what do you call it? A building. I'm not saying the right word. They had a office. The Watchtower had a, there's a name for it. Not very far from Lagos, they had a corporation or a, I'm losing the word. They had an operation there. So my point is they could generate food. They could decide how to bring food in and go to the people. Well, instead of doing that, the Watchtower gave permission to any contributions that came into the Kingdom Hall. They could divide up and use that to bring food in. And the mom that was at these people's homes, she's thinking to herself, we're not at the Kingdom Hall. Nobody's giving contributions. Nobody has any money because everything's been shut down. And she's thinking to herself, why isn't the Watchtower organizing something where food can be distributed throughout, the big building that they had not too far away? And forgive me for not thinking what the name of that is. But anyway, she's walking home discouraged. And of all things, who has been the arch enemy with the Watchtower? Who has the Watchtower picked out of all religions? Who has the Watchtower attacked the most? The Catholic Church. She's walking down thinking, and she's praying to Jehovah, like, what am I supposed to do for my family? Catholic Church, all of a sudden she approaches and they got a sign out, come here, eat whatever. They're giving, and they're not only serving meals, they're giving food out. And she thinks to herself, I'm supposed to be a part of the one true religion. I was gifted or blessed to be a part of knowing, having something that's of truth. of all false religion, I just happen to be, in this and raise my children this way. She goes and something tells her to go in there. She tells them she's a Jehovah's Witness, and they say, come and eat. Take this food to your family. She starts to weep and starts to cry and says, how is this possible? They're supposed to be wicked. They're supposed to be evil. They didn't ask her to come and join the church. They didn't say, hey, if you join the church, we'll give you food. They didn't do that. They said, come and eat. Take this food to your family. At that day, she left the Watchtower. She went home to her children and the woman that I've been talking to, and told them, I've made a mistake and I've taught you wrong, and this is not the truth. I don't know the exact wording. I'm just giving you, kind of basically what happened.
Yeah.
That whole family left that day. Her siblings, the mom left, the husband, the siblings left the Watchtower because the Watchtower was not there for them. And dire, you think about how scary it'd be. Can you imagine, Rick, if we all of a sudden they said, well, the grocery stores are closed. You can't until, say, for the next 14 days or whatever, we're going completely shutting down everything. And what food you have in your house at that time, and you're thinking, well, Jehovah will take care of us. The organization, see, when people say Jehovah will take care of us, here's what people don't realize. You instantly go towards the organization. You intertwine both of them as equal, like the organization is going to come up with some idea and they're going to take care of their people. No.
Well, I got you. They make it very
didn't.
synonymous, Daniel. Hey, that's a great story. A great story. So why don't we do this? Why don't we get
May I
you?
elaborate?
You want to say something, sister? Go ahead.
No, after you finish your comment, please. I was wondering if I might add to it after you comment.
Well, no, go ahead, Anne Marie. Then we're going to bring Daniel on his own program. So we'll make the last comment here on JW World News tonight. Go ahead, Anne Marie.
Well, thank you. Listening what Daniel's testimony is, we lived through the 1989 Loa Prometa earthquake in my region, and it was pretty bad. San Francisco, this area is pretty well demolished. The Catholic Church immediately set up free food, a hot meal every day. The community was invited to come work in the Catholic kitchen to prepare these meals, which I went every day and did what I could to help. There was no such thing as, are you a Catholic? There was no such thing as, what religion are you in? It was all about, are you hungry? What do you need? How many children do you have? Do you have babies? Do you need diapers? Do you need formula? Do you need blankets? Do you need sleeping bags? Because many of us were put out of our homes. We got nothing but help. The Red Cross came. They set up free payphones. Everyone and anyone, without having to say what their religion or political stance was, we had free access, unlimited access to those payphones. We could call anywhere in the country to any of our family, unlimited access. We were given food and supplies, soap, toothpaste, anything you can think of. And if we needed help and we couldn't get something, they figured out how to get it to us. And I remember working there day after day, night after night, all volunteer, along with many others who were helping. We were all there to help each other. And I remember a brother from my old congregation came up to me and said, Anne Marie, what are you doing? And I'm like looking at him like, what do you think I'm doing? I'm helping. He said, you're helping Satan's organization. And I'm thinking, well, sure is interesting to me that you're coming here to Satan's organization for help because nobody else is giving it out. Thank you, Rick.
Well, there you go, Anne Marie. Thank you for bringing that up tonight. Now, listen, we are going we're going to leave JW World News. But if you are on YouTube, if you're on Facebook, don't worry. Come back in about 5 minutes, and we got the Healing After the Watchtower coming on tonight. Linda James, Apostle Babe, will not be on tonight, but we got Daniel and we've got Dick Borgie. And if anyone else would like to come on and be a co-host on their program tonight, well, let me know. But in the meantime, I want to let you all know that we really appreciate you coming in tonight. Now, listen, we have got a rockin' big program coming up tomorrow right here on the Six Screens. We Six Screen Sunday. Now, we don't talk about theological issues on Saturday night. I don't want to do that. A lot of people are very skittish about it. So we don't talk about theocratic issues on Saturday night. We don't talk about scriptures for the most part. But tomorrow, if you want to come in beginning at 12 noon, we have got a program, Theology Matters. Yes, it does matter. Chad Burns out of Illinois. He's going to be coming on tomorrow talking about how theology does matter. And many people right now are realizing the Watchtower is not teaching true theology and leaving the Watchtower. So he'll be on tomorrow. And then at 1 o'clock, we have Knowing God. Yeah, that's quite a program. And tomorrow they're going to be talking about the 144,000. And who are they? And does the Jehovah's Witness organization have it right? And then Anne Marie, my goodness, she'll be coming on tomorrow at 2 o'clock with her ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. Give their Christian testimony. Boy, if you haven't heard this program, you have missed a lot. Anne Marie will be discussing with a woman who was a Jehovah's Witness who now is a Christian. And she's going to tell you how she left the organization and how she connected with true Christianity. That's tomorrow at 2 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock, JW World News, just what we're doing here tonight, but our Sunday edition. So why don't you check that out tomorrow? And 4 o'clock, boy, we got big lineup coming in. We have got Jay Hess. If you haven't heard Jay is a former, well, he was associated with the writing department of the Watchtower. Oh, my goodness. And he's coming on tomorrow. He'll be on at 4 o'clock, and he's going to answer any Bible questions you have. Yeah, so why don't you check in with Jay? He worked on a lot of the high spiritual brochures and books the Watchtower put out, including the Trinity brochure. So he'll be on tomorrow. Check Jay out. Hey, you're not going to be disappointed. So we're going to be cutting down here on our broadcast. We're going to end this broadcast, but Healing After the Watchtower. That's coming up next, right here on the Six Screens Tele Network. And it'll be on YouTube and Facebook, and as well as on our Six Screens video suite and our radio network. So stay with us. We're going to end this program right now. I want to thank everyone for coming into JW World News tonight. And now you're right up to date on what's going on behind the curtains of the Watchtower. And please, the last one, leaving the Watchtower, please turn off the new light. Stay with us. Come back 5 minutes. We'll be back on YouTube. Well, there you go. We're going to end the program.